was a dark night for Eniton. In her 10 years on earth, her grandfather had not come close to her or touched her for once. And the first time he comes close was to hurt her in this way. Many years ago, in the distant village of Adodo, lived a young girl named Yetunde. She was the only child of her parents and the pride of her father. She was well behaved and always reminded by her mother to be of her best behavior and not bring shame to herself and the family. While Yetunde's mother, Fadekemi, was strict and monitored her closely, her father, Adekola, was very soft with her. He saw no wrong in her at all and was always quick to give her whatever she wanted. He had great plans for her and wanted her to be a medical doctor in the big city when she grows up. Yetunde was 16 years old when she finished secondary school, and her father was already making plans for her to get admission into the university. He was already saving up some money to that effect and would even sell his properties to make sure his daughter went to the university. Yetunde, on her part, was an intelligent and well-behaved girl who worked towards the big dream also and wanted to make her father proud. She had a friend named Jide, who was also a boy of her age. They had both finished secondary school, and while Yetunde wanted to study medicine, Jide wanted to study law. However, Jide had an auntie abroad who had promised to help him study abroad, and he was hopeful towards that. Fadekemi had noticed the closeness between Yetunde and Jide, and she felt uncomfortable with it. She believed that a boy and a girl should not be friends, because even though they had no ulterior plans themselves, their bodies could betray them one day. She told Yetunde, "My lovely child, the pride of her father, our future medical doctor, I know you are smart and not wayward. You have always made I and your father proud, and we are happy to have you as our child. However, there is something I must bring to your attention. It is about your friendship with Jide. I know he's just your good friend with no strings attached, but you have to be careful. You are not a child anymore, and you can easily get pregnant if you don't shield yourself. I want you to reduce your closeness with Jide. If you want to meet him, make sure you are both outside. On no account must you stay with him indoors. Please, my daughter, may we not be unfortunate." Yetunde understood her mother and promised to obey her. Months later, Jide had finally received the good news of his admission abroad from his auntie. He was very overjoyed and went on to share the good news with Yetunde. She was also happy for him that his dream of becoming a lawyer was becoming real. But then she remembered something. "Jide, so you'll be going abroad. I won't see you again," Yetunde said sadly. Jide felt something in his heart and he assured her, "Yetunde, I'm just going for my studies, and you know this is for the best. I wish we can study together over there, but that notwithstanding, I will surely come back, and when I do, it will be massive by then because you would already be a medical doctor while I would be a lawyer too," Jide said and hugged her. The two teenagers could feel each other's hearts racing, and gradually their emotions started to rise. They were sitting in front of Jide's house at this time, but since Jide's mother had gone out and the house was empty, they proceeded to go into the house, allowing their emotions lead them. From what started with a kiss, they got enveloped and ended up exchanging their bodies, soul and spirits. Few days later, Jide traveled out and Yetunde was miserable. Jide was her only friend and she had grown so fond of him that it was hard for her to live normally without him. Fadikemi noticed her daughter's change in mood and her general attitude towards things ever since Jide traveled out, and she could not help but be relieved that the boy traveled out because it was obvious that her daughter was already catching deep feelings for him. She knew Yetunde would soon get over him with time. However, weeks passed, but Yetunde did not get over Jide. She would always remain indoors and lost her natural liveliness. She had also lost her appetite towards food. Fadikemi found it strange and was getting irritated by her daughter's behavior. That fateful day, she decided that she was going to end whatever tie Yetunde had with Jide that was making her lose her taste for life. She then went into Yetunde's room, only to find her shivering on the bed. She touched her head and it was hot too. Filled with shock and fear, Fadikemi quickly rushed Yetunde to the hospital. Adekola was not at home that morning as he had gone out earlier for his business. Yetunde was attended to by the doctor, but after conducting some tests, the doctor told Fadikemi that nothing serious was wrong with Yetunde as it was just early pregnancy symptoms. Fadikemi seemed not to have heard the doctor clearly and asked the doctor to repeat himself. "Madam, your daughter is pregnant and she needs extra care and nutrition now." Fadikemi heard that loud and clear this time around, but it dropped like a bomb in her heart. She turned to look at Yetunde, who was already crying at this point. Fadikemi still did not believe it and took Yetunde to another hospital. It was then that the reality dawned on her. Her golden daughter had eaten the forbidden fruits. Fadikemi quietly went home, not being able to say a word to Yetunde, who followed her slowly behind. They got home, and Fadikemi still could not recover from the shock to bring herself to react. She dropped the pregnancy report booklets on the center table in the living room, while Yetunde knelt down by a corner, crying and wriggling her hands. Adekola returned home at that time, filled with excitement and triumph, because he had just gotten the news that Yetunde had been given admission to study medicine at the Federal University. As he entered into the house, his excitement faded into suspicion and curiosity as he saw his wife sitting, looking lost and lifeless, while his daughter knelt down at a corner, crying like someone who had been caught stealing. "Fadikemi, what is the matter? Are you mourning someone or what?" Fadikemi could not say a word. She just looked at her husband, picked the pregnancy report from the table, and gave it to Adekola, who opened it and read it curiously. As his eyes caught the word positive in the results, he flung the paper away and thundered, "Can someone tell me what is going on here now? What is the meaning of that result?" Fadikemi had to speak up at this time. "Baba Yetunde, our daughter is pregnant." The news dropped like a bomb to him. He had come in excitedly to share the good news of her admission into the university, only to be greeted with the news of her pregnancy. "No, you don't know what you're saying. It can't be my Yetunde." Adekola went to meet Yetunde and bent over her. "Tell me what your mother said now is a lie," Adekola said while looking deep into her eyes. Yetunde could not stand his eyes and bent her head downwards. She could not say any word and only cried louder. Adekola could feel bile grow in him, and he suddenly pulled Yetunde up and thundered, "Who did this to you? Answer me before I strangle you." Yetunde swallowed hard and stuttered, It is Jide." Adekola staggered backwards, while Fadikemi screamed, "Ah, I knew it. I warned you. I saw this coming and I warned you. Ah, you have killed me." At that point, Adekola forcefully dragged Yetunde out and headed for Jide's house. They met Jide's mother at home, and Adekola told her that he had brought the goods her son ordered for. Your son got her pregnant, so I have brought her for you. She is now yours, Adekola said and left Yetunde there. Jide's mother immediately chased Yetunde away, shouting at her to live with her bad luck. You want to spoil my son's life. Thank God he is not even around. Yetunde ran out of the compound, crying bitterly. She was filled with deep regrets at this time and wished she had not been carried away by her emotions. She did not plan for this at all and knew that she had really hurt her father. She could not bring herself to go into the house that night and had to sleep outside in front of the house. That night, Fadekemi and Adekola were gloomy. It was as if they were mourning the loss of a loved one, and each kept to themselves. The next morning, as soon as Fadekemi came out of the house, Yetunde immediately came and fell on her knees, crying and begging, Mother, please, forgive me. I am sorry. I know I have disappointed you. Please, don't throw me away. Yetunde cried and cried, begging for pardon. Fadekemi was moved with pity for her and had to accept her daughter. The deed had been done, and nothing can reverse it again. She told Yetunde to wait around while she begged her father on her behalf. Fadekemi went inside and went down on her knees begging Adekola to please forgive their daughter and give her a second chance. Adekola was really pained and heartbroken. It was hard to see all the good plans he had for his daughter come crashing because of a silly mistake she made. He lifted Fadekemi up and asked her, Why did Yetunde do this to me? I gave her all the love a father could give his daughter. I had good intentions for her, and in fact, I had just gotten the news of her admission into the university. Now what is the use of that? She has spoiled everything. She shattered all the dreams and hopes. Fadekemi then told her husband, My husband, I am sure we can still make out a way out of this. What she did is very heartbreaking, but I am sure she has learnt her lesson. She will have to face the consequences for her actions. But please, let us give her a second chance, Fadekemi pleaded. Adekola thought for a while before stating that he could go to the university and defer her admission for a year. By then, she must have given birth and she can then go to the university to study. But she must go with her baby so that she will bear the consequences for her actions herself. Fadekemi was grateful to her husband and brought Yetunde inside. Yetunde apologized to her father, promising him to still become a medical doctor regardless of the situation. Adekola forgave her and welcomed her back. Yetunde was taken care of by her parents, and she in turn constantly reminded herself of her resolve to do well and correct her mistakes. She was very much determined to make her father proud again. Months later, Yetunde went into labor and she was rushed to the hospital. She gave birth to a baby girl, but unfortunately, she suffered some complications that came with the risk of teenage pregnancy, and she died immediately after giving birth. Adekola was shattered. His hope of redemption was finally gone. There was nothing left again for him. Fadekemi cried her eyes out, mourning her daughter, but she had to be strong to be able to take care of her granddaughter. Adekola could not bear the tragedy. Yetunde was his only eye. She was his pride. And even though she had made the mistake once, she would have risen again and lived up to their dream. But now, death had taken her away. She was gone for life. If only she had not gotten pregnant in the first place. If only that child. Adekola seemed to remember something. That child was the cause of his daughter's death. He immediately dashed into the room where the baby laid. He walked towards the child and released his anger. You cursed child. You killed my precious daughter. Why didn't you die instead? You are wicked." At that time, Fadekemi, who had been in the kitchen, came inside and saw Adekola looking at the baby as if he wanted to kill her. She immediately rushed and carried her. She knew Adekola had hated the child right from when she was born, and he had even refused to touch her. But she could not blame him though. He had lost his only daughter because of the child. So she knew she had to protect the baby from Adekola's anger until he came around. But Adekola never came around. In fact, he became worse. He soon started drinking and would come into the house every night drunk. His life lost all its meaning and he did not see any reason to live for anymore. Fadekemi named her granddaughter Eniton, and she cared for her, constantly being reminded by her that Yetunde left a part of her in Eniton. She tried all her best to protect Eniton from Adekola's wickedness. Over the years, Eniton has grown and was now 10 years old, but yet Adekola had not gotten over the tragedy. He still hated Eniton, and it was now clear that it was pure wickedness that he showed to Eniton. Whenever Eniton would call him grandpa, he would give her a dirty slap, warning her never to call him that again. Eniton could not understand why her grandfather treated her that way. She would ask Fadekemi why he was like that towards her. "Grandma, why does grandpa hate me so much? What did I do to him?" Fadekemi felt really sorry for the little girl who was brought into this world under such circumstances. She would comfort and console Eniton, telling her that grandpa was just dealing with personal issues and he would soon come around for good. Adekola had totally turned into a drunkard and would not even take up his responsibilities anymore. Fadekemi knew very well than to confront him, because the one time she dared to confront him about his irresponsible actions, he descended heavily on her, and so she always avoided him and told Eniton to do the same too. One fateful night, Fadekemi had gone to bed and Eniton too was sleeping in her room. Adekola came back home drunk that night and went into the room to sleep. However, when he got into the room, he realized it was the wrong room as he saw his granddaughter sleeping on the bed. He turned to leave in anger, but an evil thought clouded his head and he immediately turned and went to meet her on the bed. Eniton woke up and was scared when she saw her grandfather in her room. She tried to speak up, but he squeezed her mouth shut and told her to remain calm or he would kill her. Eniton seized her breath out of fear, confused as to what her grandfather was doing on her bed. Adekola looked at her with venom in his eyes. "You evil child! You killed my beloved daughter. You must pay for that." And with that, Adekola pounced on Eniton and forced himself on her. It was a dark night for Eniton. In her 10 years on earth, her grandfather had not come close to her or touched her for once. And the first time he comes close was to hurt her in this way. She cried her eyes and heart out, begging to vanish from the surface of the earth. Adekola threatened her to keep what happened that night a secret, or else he would kill her. Eniton knew better than to disobey, and so that was how the series of abuse continued. Adekola would barge into her room anytime he willed and took advantage of her. Fadekemi noticed a change in Eniton, but anytime she inquired from her what the problem was, the little girl would deny having any issue. Fadekemi was not also suspicious one bit of Adekola, because she had always known that he hated the girl and kept his distance away from her. Adekola had degenerated into a demon, losing all sense of humanity. His hobbies were now drinking to stupor and raping his granddaughter as a way to escape his reality. He continued with this for over 2 years until the evil came to light. Eniton had started to grow weaker and weaker by the day and was no longer able to do even the basic things. She had come out that morning to spread the little clothes she managed to wash. But as she stood there spreading the clothes, she suddenly felt a spin in her head and her eyes were dizzy. Before she could try to hold on to something, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. Fadekemi, who was sitting outside at the time, saw her and immediately rushed over, only to realize that she had fainted. She carried her and immediately went to the hospital. Fadekemi felt like she was having a deja vu. This has happened before to her. Yes, this same incident. She thought and remembered the sad memory. The doctor had come out and given her the news. Madam, your daughter is pregnant. This was the same news that destroyed Yetunde and took her away. Now, her granddaughter too? No! Fadekemi felt like she was going crazy. Eniton was just 12 years old. So who could do this to her? And to make matters worse, the little girl was sick and going to be on admission because she had suffered both physical injury and deficiency owing to the constant forceful abuse and the unexpected pregnancy. Fadekemi cried her eyes out as she sat beside Eniton, praying for her to come out of this alive. She blamed herself too for failing Yetunde and now her granddaughter. Eniton was too weak to move or talk, and so Fadekemi was still in the dark as to who impregnated her and secretly cursed the person. After 13 years of being abroad, Jide was finally a barrister and had even set up his own chambers over there, where he was well known as one of the best lawyers. He decided to return home after setting everything in place. If things go as planned, he would also get married and travel back abroad with his wife. His mother was most excited to see him after all these years, and after all the pleasantries and entertainment, Jide popped one question. Mother, when last did you see Yetunde, and how is she? He still had not forgotten about her, and in fact, he came back partly because of her. His mother was shocked to hear the question. She thought he had forgotten about her, and right now, she did not even know how to explain everything to Jide. Mother, I asked you a question. How is Yetunde? Jide's mother had to bring herself to tell Jide all that happened after he left. Jide was dumbstruck. He found it unbelievable. Mother, all this happened and you kept it away from me? Even when she died, you still did not think it right to tell me about my child? His mother defended herself. I did not want that to distract you or tell you anything that would make you take a rash decision of returning home when you have not even achieved anything that you went there to. And besides, who knows if the pregnancy was truly yours? Jide interrupted her immediately. If that pregnancy happened weeks after I had left, then it is mine. Yetunde is not promiscuous, and what happened was an error on both our parts, allowing our teenage emotions to rule us. I am very disappointed in you, mother. You overstretched it, Jide said and walked out of the compound. He had to go and see his daughter. He failed Yetunde, but he was going to make it up by being there for his daughter. He would not fail her too. Jide got to their house and did not meet anybody there. He asked a neighbor and was told that Fadekemi and Eniton were at the village's medical center. Immediately, Jide went there. He saw Fadekemi, who was shocked to see him. She did not believe she would ever see him again. Jide asked her what they had come to do at the hospital, but Fadekemi asked him what he had come to do there after abandoning his responsibility for many years. Jide apologized, saying that he was never aware of Yetunde's pregnancy and had to come look for them as soon as he was told about the whole incident. Fadekemi started to cry. Yetunde did not survive it, and now her daughter Eniton. Jide was scared. What happened to her, ma? Is she okay? Fadekemi continued. I don't know how it happened, but Eniton is pregnant. Obviously, someone had been molesting her under my care, and I did not even know. I am finished. Jide stood still, shocked, trying to process the whole information. Someone had been raping his daughter, and now she's pregnant. He went to see Eniton, and his heart broke as he saw the little girl lay on the bed, weak and motionless. He could feel fury and bile build up in him as he thought of how he would strangle the deranged pedophile who had the guts to do this to an innocent child. At the moment, Fadekemi and Jide could not do anything because Eniton could not talk, so they waited patiently, each nursing regrets and anger in their hearts. They also refused to leave Eniton and slept at the hospital waiting for when she would regain her strength. The next day, Eniton seemed to have improved and was able to sit up, eat and talk. However, when they asked her who had been touching her, she refused to speak up. Jide saw that she was scared and trying to hold in strong, like someone who had been threatened, and so he had to create a safe space for her first. Eniton, I want you to know that you are safe with us. Nobody can do anything to you here. Grandma is here, and you can see me as your friend too. I love to help little children. As long as I and your grandma are here, no one will harm you. But you need to help us. You need to open up to us. Who has been hurting you? Eniton refused to talk, but after much persuasion, she opened up. It is Grandpa. He had been coming into my room at night for long, and he said he would kill me if I tell anybody. Fadekemi was shocked and confused. That is unbelievable. She knew Adekola hated her, but not to the extent of raping her. He could not even bear to touch her. Eniton, are you sure? Yes, Grandma. Jide was boiling inside at this time. Her grandfather did this to her. You will surely pay. By the time I am done with you, you will regret ever conceiving such thoughts, not to talk of executing it, Jide thought to himself. Jide paid for a private nurse to come and attend to Eniton, specially at the hospital, while he and Fadekemi went to sort out an emergency. They went home to confront Adekola and to try to get him to confess to his acts so as to have evidence. Jide had to hide at a corner outside while Fadekemi went inside to confront Adekola. Kola, you are a very useless man. Your life is already useless and you will never know peace. So you have been raping your own granddaughter, a child you were supposed to protect. You are evil. You must pay for this. Adekola was drunk as usual, and he was not even bothered about Fadekemi's accusation. And so what if I rape her? She destroyed my daughter. She killed my Yetunde. She has to pay. I must destroy her life too. Adekola spat out hateful words. Fadekemi was shocked. Adekola, you are worse than the devil. After all these years, you still blame the poor girl for the death of your daughter. You seem to forget that Yetunde is to be blamed for her own death. If she had not gotten pregnant, probably she would have still been alive by now. Eniton is just an innocent girl that was brought into all of this. And now you have gotten her pregnant. Adekola, you are wicked. Adekola was pleased. That serves her right. She will pay for her evil. She is an evil child. Fadekemi could not bear it anymore, and she rushed at Adekola, pulling his shirt and hitting him hard in the chest while cursing him. Adekola in anger pushed her down, threatening to kill her and Eniton if she does not respect herself. At that moment, Jide, who had been listening and recording from his hiding place, came inside to rescue Fadekemi. "You wicked man, I will make sure you pay for all you have done." Adekola looked at Jide and recognized him to be the man who impregnated his precious daughter. "You! So after ruining my daughter's life and killing her, you have the guts to step your foot into my house. I will kill you today." And with that, Adekola rushed to attack Jide, but Jide shifted to the side in defense, and Adekola, under the influence of alcohol, lost his balance and fell to the ground with that force. He laid motionless on the floor, and after waiting for a moment to see if he would get up, Jide and Fadekemi had to rush him to the hospital. On getting there, he was taken to the emergency ward, but after trying to revive him, the doctor confirmed him dead. Adekola's liver had been damaged due to prolonged consumption of excessive alcohol, and he had suffered an acute liver failure. The force at which he fell only caught the tiny thread that was holding his life. Fadekemi did not know what to feel. She was frustrated and heartbroken. She had just discovered about her granddaughter's abuse, only to lose her husband that same day. She did not know why Adekola allowed the devil to use him. He was not like this. He was the best father to Yetunde, and instead of him to extend that same love to Eniton, he chose to be hateful and vengeful. He could not even forgive the little girl for whatever he claimed she committed, even after all these years. Now he was dead, and the poor girl's life has been destroyed. Jide felt really sorry for all the problems that had happened, and he blamed himself for being the cause of them all. If only things had been different. Eniton, who was recovering before, started to bleed and was relapsing. A scan was carried out on her, and it was discovered that she had an ectopic pregnancy. The baby was not in her womb, but in her fallopian tube, and there was no way she could carry such pregnancy to term. Her fallopian tube would either burst, or worst case scenario, she would lose her life. The only safe solution was to induce a miscarriage and evacuate the baby from her fallopian tube. Fadekemi and Jide immediately gave their consent as far as it would guarantee Eniton's life. The procedure was done, and weeks later, Eniton was fully recovered. She came back home and was relieved to hear that Adekola would no longer come back home again. Fadekemi also had to look for a way to explain to her that Jide was her father and the circumstances surrounding her birth. Eniton was sad, but glad to know that she could have a father's love at last. Jide begged Fadekemi that he would like to take she and Eniton abroad to stay with him. He had decided that he would never get married again and would dedicate his life to honoring Yetunde by taking good care of their daughter. He also wanted Fadekemi to go with them so that she could also help him in looking after Eniton, as he did not want to expose her to any stranger in the name of nanny. Fadekemi thought of it and agreed, since she did not have anything again holding her back in her home. Her husband was dead, and her granddaughter would be going with her father too. Jide started to make preparations for their traveling documents, and soon they all traveled abroad. He enrolled Eniton in a school, and one evening while they were eating, Jide asked Eniton, "What would you love to be in the future?" Eniton smiled and excitedly said, "A medical doctor." Jide was shocked and saw the reincarnation of Yetunde in Eniton. Fadikemi could not help but cry. Adekola, if only you had loved Eniton and given her a chance, she would have still made you proud by becoming a medical doctor. Truly, Yetunde lives on, and her dream is alive. Jide ensured to take good care of Eniton, ensuring she lacked no care or attention. She grew up and finally became a medical doctor, bringing joy, comfort, and fulfillment to her father and grandmother. Please let me know what you think about this story and share with me what morals you could pick from this story. Most importantly, this story is an awareness against the danger of child abuse and teenage pregnancy. So please do well to share with your loved ones and like this story also. Subscribe to this YouTube channel if you've not done so.
Don't do this, Fatima cried, tears streaming down her face as she fought with all her strength. But Musa was relentless. He pinned her down, his weight crushing her, his hands roaming where they had no right to be. Fatima's world shattered in that moment. She had never imagined that something like this could happen to her, especially not by someone she had trusted for years. Malam Musa didn't care about her trust, dignity, or her plea. It was a scorching afternoon in the heart of Kano. The school bus, once filled with the lively chatter of students, was now empty except for Fatima, a 14-year-old student at the school. She sat alone in the back seat. The bus was usually filled with younger children, but today she was the last to be dropped off. Her mind was occupied with thoughts of the upcoming exam, oblivious of the sinister intentions of the man behind the wheel. Malam Musa, the school boss, he was a man in his mid-40s, his face etched with lines of bitterness and anger, and his eyes held a darkness that no one could see. He had driven the school bus for years, blending into the background as nothing more than a reliable driver. But today, something had changed. Today, he was driven by a force that had long been fighting within him. As the bus neared Fatima's house, instead of taking the usual turn, Musa suddenly veered off the main road, driven into an isolated area surrounded by tall trees and thick bushes. Fatima jolted from her thoughts, looking up in confusion.
Malam Musa, this is not the way to my house,
she said, her voice filled with concern. Musa glanced at her through the rear view mirror, a twisted smile forming on his lips.
Don't worry, Fatima. We are just taking a little detour.
Fatima's heart began to race as fear gripped her. She knew something was terribly wrong. She reached out for her phone, but before she could unlock it, Musa abruptly stopped the bus and turned to face her.
Malam Musa, please take me home,
Fatima pleaded as her voice trembled. But Musa's smile only widened as he got up from his seat and walked towards her.
You are not going anywhere, Fatima,
he said, his voice cold and menacing. Fatima's fear turned to panic. She tried to push past him, but Musa grabbed her wrist. His grip felt like iron. She struggled, trying to break free, but Musa was too strong. He forced her back onto the seat, his other hand covering her mouth to muffle her screams.
No, please, stop.
Don't do this, Fatima cried, tears streaming down her face as she fought with all her strength. But Musa was relentless. He pinned her down, his weight crushing her, his hands roaming where they had no right to be. Fatima's world shattered in that moment. She had never imagined that something like this could happen to her, especially not by someone she had trusted for years. Malam Musa didn't care about her trust, dignity, or her pleas. He only cared about satisfying the twisted desires that had consumed him. After what felt like an eternity, Musa finally released her. Fatima lay on the seat, broken and sobbing, her body trembling with shock and pain. Musa returned to the driver's seat, his face expressionless, as if nothing had happened. He started the bus and drove back to the main road, heading towards Fatima's house. As they neared her home, Musa glanced at her through the mirror again.
If you tell anyone about this, I will make sure you regret it,
he warned, his voice cold and emotionless. Fatima didn't respond. She couldn't. Her mind was a whirlwind of fear, anger and shame. When the bus finally stopped in front of her house, she stumbled out, barely able to stand. She watched as the bus drove away, leaving her alone with the horror of what had just happened. Hey guys, returning subscribers, thank you for always supporting. You're just seeing my video for the first time. Please take a moment and like this video and subscribe to the channel. We have lots of amazing tales for you. Now let's go back to the reason why Malam Musa have to do what he is doing. Malam Musa wasn't always this way. There was a time when he had been a different man, quiet, hardworking and dedicated to his family. He had grown up in a small village outside Kano, where life was simple but filled with hardship. His father was a farmer, and from a young age, Musa was taught the values of hard work and discipline. But Musa's life took a dark turn when he was a young man. He fell in love with a girl named Amina, a beautiful and kind-hearted woman from his village. They were deeply in love and planned to marry. But their hearts were shattered when Amina's father, a wealthy man, refused to allow the marriage. He considered Musa, the son of a poor farmer, unworthy of his daughter. Amina was forced to marry another man and Musa was left heartbroken. The pain of losing Amina consumed him, and over time, that pain turned into anger and bitterness. He blamed the wealthy and powerful for his misery, and that bitterness began to poison his soul. Years later, Musa found a work as a school bus driver in Kano. The job was stable, but it did little to quell the rage that simmered inside him. He saw the children he drove to school as the offspring of the wealthy, the same class of people who had taken Amina away from him. His anger grew with each passing year until it finally erupted into something dark and dangerous. When Musa first noticed Fatima, he was struck by her beauty and grace, but beneath his admiration was a twisted desire to exert power over anyone who reminded him of the wealthy people that took Amina away from him. Fatima, with her innocence and vulnerability, became the focus of his darkest impulses. Days later after the incident, Fatima's parents noticed the change in her almost immediately. She had always been a lively and cheerful young woman. But after that day, she became withdrawn and distant. She avoided eye contact, refused to eat, and spent most of her time locked in her room. Her mother, Zainab, was especially concerned. She tried to talk to Fatima, but her daughter only responded with vague answers and forced smiles. Fatima, what's wrong with you? You haven't been yourself lately, Zainab said one evening as she sat on the edge of Fatima's bed. Nothing, Mama. I'm just tired from school, Fatima replied, her voice flat and emotionless. Zainab wasn't convinced, but she didn't want to push her harder. Too hard, she decided to give Fatima some space. But things only got worse. Fatima began having nightmares, waking up in the middle of the night, screaming and trembling with fear. Zainab and her husband, Alhaji Suleiman, were at a loss. They couldn't understand what was happening to their daughter. One night, as Fatima tossed and turned in her sleep, she mumbled something that sent a chill down Zainab's spine.
Malam Musa, no. No, please, don't do it. Please.
Zainab's heart pounded in her chest. Could it be Musa, the trusted school bus driver, have something to do with Fatima's sudden change? The next morning, Zainab decided to confront her daughter. Fatima, you mentioned Malam Musa in your sleep last night. What did he do to you? She asked, her voice trembling with fear. Fatima's eyes widened in terror. She had tried to push the stories of that day away, but she couldn't hold it back now. She told her mother everything that happened the previous day. Zainab was horrified. She couldn't believe that someone they had trusted for years could do something so monstrous. She held Fatima close, trying to comfort her, but her own heart was breaking. "We have to tell your father, Fatima. We have to go to the police," Zainab said, her voice shaking with anger. Fatima nodded, too exhausted to argue. She knew her mother was right, but the thought of reliving that nightmare was almost too much to bear. That evening, Zainab and Fatima told Alhaji Suleiman what had happened. Suleiman was a man of few words, but as he listened to his daughter's story, his face grew dark with anger. "How dare he? How dare that man touch my daughter?" Suleiman roared, his voice filled with rage. "We need to go to the police, Suleiman. We can't let him get away with this," Zainab urged, her voice trembling. Suleiman nodded. "Yes, we will, but I also want to make sure that Musa pays for what he done. Just go on living his life after what he did to my daughter, Fatima." The next morning, the family went to the police station to file a report. The officers listened to Fatima's account, their expression growing gloomier by the minute. They promised to investigate the matter thoroughly and assured Suleiman that justice would be served. But Suleiman wasn't satisfied with just letting the police handle it. He wanted to make sure that Musa paid for his crime. He contacted a few of his most trusted friends, men who had influence in the city, and together they began gathering information about Musa. What they uncovered shocked them. Musa had a history of violence and a deep-seated hatred for those he saw as more fortunate than himself. He had harbored a grudge against Suleiman for years, blaming him and others like him for the hardship he has faced in life and taking Amina away from him. Suleiman was so furious. He couldn't believe that this man had been driving his daughter to school every day, all the while secretly plotting his revenge. "We need to expose him for what he is," Suleiman said to his friend, his voice trembling with anger. "He cannot be allowed to harm anyone else." With their resources, they dug deeper into Musa's past. They found out that he had been involved in several violent incidents in his younger years. He had managed to avoid serious consequences due to lack of evidence. He had a reputation in his neighborhood as a dangerous man, someone you didn't cross. Armed with this information, Suleiman and his friend went to the police, demanding that they take immediate action. The police, realizing the gravity of the situation, moved quickly. Musa was arrested and charged with the assault on Aisha, along with several other charges related to his past crimes. But Suleiman's quest for justice didn't stop there. He wanted the world to know what kind of man Musa was. He arranged for the media to cover the story, ensuring that Musa's face was plastered on every news channel and newspaper in the city. As the trial began, the courtroom was filled with tension. Fatima, though still traumatized, bravely took the stand and recounted the horror she had endured at Musa's hand. Her testimony was powerful and it moved many in the courtroom to tears. Musa, on the other hand, showed no remorse. He sat in the defendant's chair, his face hard and unrepentant. But as the evidence mounted against him, it became clear that his time was running out. In the end, the jury found Musa guilty on all charges. He was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. As Musa was led away in handcuffs, Suleiman and Zainab watched with a mix of relief and sorrow. Their daughter had gotten justice, but the scars of what had happened would remain forever. As they left the courthouse, Zainab turned to her husband. "Do you think this will bring Fatima peace?" she asked, her voice soft. "I don't know," Suleiman replied, his voice heavy with emotions, "but I hope it's a start." Fatima's life would never be the same. The experience had changed her, but it hadn't broken her. With the support of her family and friends, she slowly began to heal. She continued her education, determined not to let what had happened define her future. But the question remained, how had someone like Musa been able to get so close to their family? How had they not seen the darkness lurking beneath the surface? It was a question that haunted Suleiman and Zainab for years to come. They had done everything they could to protect their daughter, yet they had failed to see the danger that had been right in front of them. In the end, they realized that evil can often hide in plain sight, wearing the mask of familiarity and trust. It was a hard lesson, but one that they would never forget. One evening, as Fatima sat on the veranda of their home, her mother Zainab joined her. The sky was painted with shades of orange and pink as the sun set behind the distant hill. Fatima, my daughter, Zainab began gently, sitting beside her daughter. How are you feeling today? Fatima stared at the horizon, her eyes reflecting the fading sunlight. I'm okay, Mama. Some days are better than others, but sometimes I still feel like I can't escape the memories. Zainab sighed and took her daughter's hand in hers. I can't imagine how hard it must be for you. Fatima, what that man did was unforgivable, but you must remember that you are not defined by what happened to you. Fatima turned to look at her mother, her voice trembling. But Mama, I feel like I failed. I let him control me. I couldn't stop him. Zainab's heart ached as she listened to her daughter's words. No, Fatima, you did not fail. You fought as hard as you could. And look at where you are now. You are still here. You are still standing. That shows more strength than you realize. Fatima nodded, trying to hold back her tears. I just feel like I will never be the same, like something was taken from me that I can never get back. Zainab wrapped her arms around her daughter, holding her close. What he took from you, Fatima, was your sense of safety, but that can be rebuilt. It will take time, but you will find your way back to yourself and will be with you every step of the way. Suleiman, who had been quietly listening from the doorway, walked over to them. He knelt down beside Fatima, his face filled with a mix of sorrow and determination. Fatima, I want you to know something, he said, his voice firm but gentle. What happened to you was not your fault. You are the victim here, and you are also a survivor. We are proud of you for your bravery, for speaking out against that monster. Fatima's eyes filled with tears as she looked at her father. But Baba, how did we not see what kind of person he was? How did we let him into our lives, into our home? Suleiman shook his head, his expression pained. I've always asked myself that question 1,000 times, Fatima. We trusted him because he seemed like a good man, a man who had earned our trust over the years. But sometimes, evil hides where we least expect it. It wears a familiar face and we don't realize it until it's too late. Fatima wiped her tears, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm scared, Baba. I'm scared that I will never be able to trust anyone again. Suleiman reached out and took both her hands in his. It's okay to be scared, baby. Trust is something that takes time to rebuild. But you are surrounded by people who love you, who will do anything to protect you. You don't have to go through this alone. Zainab nodded in agreement. We'll take it one day at a time, Fatima. And whenever you feel overwhelmed, just remember that you are not alone. We are here for you always. Fatima managed a small smile through her tears. Thank you, Mama. Thank you, Baba. I don't know what I would do without you. Suleiman kissed her forehead, his heart breaking for the pain his daughter was enduring. We are family, Fatima. We'll get through this together. Fatima felt a sense of peace slowly begin to settle over her. The road to healing was long, But she knew she was not walking it alone. Her family was her anchor, her strength, and with their support, she would find her way back to herself. But as she lay in bed that night, staring up at the ceiling, one final thought crossed her mind. How many others, like her, had fallen victim to someone they thought they could trust? How many others had their lives shattered by the hidden evil that lurked beneath the surface? And most importantly, how could they ever truly be safe when the greatest threat often came from those closest to them? In a world where evil wears the face of trust, how do we protect ourselves and our loved ones without losing faith in humanity? Can we ever truly know the people we welcome into our lives? Or is the danger always lurking just beneath the surface?
As Aku ran, she thought of her parents that were in the village. She thought of her friends. She thought of the once peaceful village. She thought of many things all at once and knew she would miss them. The war had broken out unexpectedly, and the village of Umu was not prepared for it. They were attacked by the villages of Nkwa and Ngbi at night. The villages of Nkwa and Ngbi threw fireballs into the village of Umu at night, burning down their houses. Then they proceeded to surround them with armies and soldiers. Troop by troop, the armies entered the village of Umu and started killing the inhabitants. Hell was let loose as everyone ran helter-skelter. Mothers looking for their children, children looking for their parents and crying, fathers trying to protect their family and at the same time fighting the soldiers. You could hear the cries, the shouts, and the screams as people fell and died. It was bloody. And it was in this situation that Kemdo woke up beside his wife Kamdi and their daughter Aku. Kemdo quickly packed his wife's bag and told them to start running outside the village while he stayed and fought. Kamdi, the wife, for some unexplainable reason, just knew that this was the last time she would ever see her husband again. She hugged him tightly and ran with her daughter Aku. While they ran, one of the soldiers saw them and ran after them. That was when Kamdi told her daughter to run ahead while she distracted the soldier. Aku ran faster than her legs could carry her. When she turned back, she saw her mother fall after the soldier slashed her. She wept as she ran. She soon arrived at the village of Oto. The meaning of Oto was sweetness. The land was indeed very sweet, filled with goodly people, love, abundant fruits and crops, and she soon settled there. One step at a time, from farming on people's farmland in order to survive, to selling fruits in the market, then to having her own farmland, a small house, and a shop in the market. Aku was happy with her life. She was grateful with the way she gradually improved and expanded in all areas of her life. But there was one corner in the corridors of her heart that she did not like to go near. That was the part of her story she never liked to remember. The night her parents were killed. That bloody war took her parents, took all she had, and left her to struggle. She couldn't bring herself to forgive those people who killed her parents. She could not cry. She could not scream. It was as if her body had shut down to protect her from the unbearable pain. Sometimes she couldn't sleep, and when she managed to drift off, her dreams were plagued by nightmares. She would see her parents' faces twisted in agony, calling out to her for help. She would wake up in a cold sweat, her heart pounding heavily in her chest, and tears streaming down her face. She missed her parents, everything about them, their voices, their smiles, their laughter, everything. One afternoon, Ako was taking a walk through her farmland when she spotted a stranger. It was like he had lost his way in the farmlands. He was a handsome man, tall and well built. Ako lost her focus as she stared at him, wondering what kind of handsome man he was. She was lost. The man felt someone was looking at him and suddenly turned, and there was Ako, mouth wide open, eyes wide open, and saliva almost dropping from her mouth. She caught herself immediately and was very embarrassed. She tidied herself quickly as the man approached her. "Good afternoon, damsel. Please, I lost my way in the farmlands, and I need to find a route that can take me into the village," he said to Ako. Ako, who had now regained her lost composure, said, Take this straight road, turn left, then take the left again when you get to the T-junction." He thanked her and left. Ako couldn't believe her eyes and thought, the man that she just saw was unlike anyone she had ever seen. She wondered how it was possible for someone to be so breathtakingly handsome. She wondered about his life. What kind of person was he? What did he do every day? Was he friendly? How can she meet him again? As she stood there, completely captivated, she couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to get to know him. She pictured them talking, laughing together, getting married, and having children. Ako was so lost in her thoughts that she did not realize her mouth was hanging open again. After some market days, Ako went to the farm to sell her fruit. And there was the handsome stranger she had helped a few days ago, buying some foodstuff from her neighbor. Her mind and heart skipped. The young man approached her in the market and thanked her again for showing him the way when he was lost a few days ago. They started a conversation, and what looked like friendship soon blossomed into a loving relationship. Ako came to know this man's name as Kani, and they really loved themselves. Ako and Kani got married, and he treated her with the uttermost love and respect, making her feel like a queen in their humble home. Every morning, Kani will wake up early to fetch fresh water from the river, making sure that Ako had everything she needed to start her day. He brought her small gifts like wildflowers that he picked along the way. Even though they were not rich, Kani displayed love to Ako, which made Ako feel so special and loved. She loved every bit of it. They planned together, and soon things began to work for them. They grew and had more farmlands, animals, and servants. When Aku got pregnant, Kani made sure she had everything she needed and pampered her very well. One cold night, Aku went into labor and gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, and they named her Ne. Ne grew up surrounded by her parents' love, happy and enjoying her childhood. Life in their small village of Uto was simple, and it was filled with joy. Ne's childhood was what every childhood should be, full of love, laughter, and learning. Every morning, she woke up to the sound of birds singing outside their compound. She would run to the kitchen where Aku was cooking breakfast. The delicious meal filled the air. Kani was also outside, tending to their garden. One of Ne's favorite activities was helping her father in the garden. She loved to dig in the soil, plant seeds, and watch the plants grow. Kani taught her how to care for each plant. After the morning chores, Ne would run off to play with the other children in the village. They played games of hide and seek, tag, and jump ropes. The children laughed and shouted. They climbed trees, picking up fresh, ripe mangoes, oranges, and built little houses from sticks and sand. During the rainy season, Ned danced in the rain, feeling the drops on her face. Sometimes she built little boats from leaves that raced down in the streams formed by the rain. As Ned grew older, she started turning into an adolescent. Puberty set in, bringing changes that confused her. Her body began to change. She grew taller, her hips widened, and she noticed other physical developments that she had never experienced before. One morning, she woke up with a start. There was a spot of blood on her mat. Panic washed over her. She didn't know what was happening. She had heard whispers among the older girls in the village about this, but no one had ever explained it directly to her. Nne rushed to her mother Aku, who was busy preparing food. "Mama, something is wrong," Nne said. Aku turned and saw the fear in her daughter's eyes. Wiping her hands on her apron, "What is it, my dear?" she asked, concerned. Nne then pointed to her bedroom. Aku followed her, and when she saw the blood, she immediately understood. "Oh, Nne," she said softly, pulling her daughter into a hug. "This is something every woman goes through. It's called menstruation." Aku quickly explained the basics to Nne, showing her how to use the clothes to manage the bleeding. However, because of her busy schedule, Aku didn't have the time to give Nne a full explanation about all the changes happening to her body, or the emotional ups and downs she might experience. As weeks passed, Nne found herself feeling more and more confused. She experienced mood swings that she couldn't understand. Sometimes she felt happy and energetic, Then, the next minute, she was angry and sad for no good reason, even to the extent of crying. Her skin broke out in pimples, and she became self-conscious about her appearance. She also started to feel strange new emotions towards some of the boys in the village, emotions she had never felt before. The second time Nne saw her menses, she was in the market playing with her friends. They were laughing and running around when suddenly someone shouted, "Nne, see blood all over your skirt. What happened?" Nne froze, her heart pounding. She looked down and saw the blood stains on her skirt. Embarrassment washed all over her as she thought of something, and she thought she was injured. Her friends stopped playing and stared at her, wondering what had happened to their friend. A kind woman who had been watching nearby quickly approached Nne. "Come with me, my dear," she said gently, taking Nne's hand. The woman led her to a small corner, away from the curious eyes of the market. "It's okay," the woman said softly. "You are not hurt. This is your period. It happens to all girls when they grow up." Nne was still embarrassed. Then the woman handed her a clean cloth and showed her how to use it properly. She explained a little more about menstruation, reassuring Nne that it was a natural part of growing up, nothing to be ashamed of. She handed Nne a clean set of clothes to wear and to package the old one that was stained with blood. "Thank you, ma," Nne whispered. The woman smiled. "You're welcome, my dear." Nne nodded, then hurried home. She was too shy to tell her mother about what had happened in the market. She did not want to worry her mother or make her mother feel bad for not being there to help. Instead, Nne quietly took care of herself, using the clothes the kind woman had given her. As Nne continued to grow into adolescence, she realized that she started facing new insecurities and challenges that were far different from the ones she faced when she was a child. She started noticing boys in a different way. Unfortunately, her mother, Aku, didn't talk much about these changes to her, nor did she educate Nne on what to expect. Her mother was so busy with business and making money. One of the first insecurities Nne faced was about her appearance. She started to compare herself to other girls in the village, noticing how some had already developed curves and were even looking bustier, while she felt she looked lanky. She often looked in the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection and wondering why she didn't look as beautiful as her friends. The second insecurity was about her emotions. Nne found herself experiencing mood swings that she couldn't explain. One moment, she was happy and laughing with her friends. The next moment, she felt like crying. Then there were the boys. Nne started to notice a boy in the village named Azu. He was tall with a charming smile. Whenever she saw him, her heart skipped a beat, and she felt butterflies in her stomach. She caught herself staring at him in the market, wondering what it would be like to talk to him. But her feelings for Azu also brought a new set of insecurities. She worried about whether he would like her or not, if she was interesting or pretty enough for him to notice her. These thoughts often left her feeling anxious. Another of her insecurities was her friends. As everyone started to grow up, her friendships changed. Her best friend, Ada, was growing up faster than she was. Ada talked about boys, drinks, and fun, things Nne felt too shy to discuss. Nne worried that she was being left behind, that her friends were moving on without her. This fear of losing her friends put her under pressure to belong, and she tried to do everything under her power to feel among. Little by little, Nne began to enjoy the company of boys more than girls. She stayed around them often. Gradually, she became exposed to what happens when the opposite sex meets in a dark room all alone, even though she hid it from her mother. She started talking to Azu, the guy she had fallen in love with. At first, Azu exhibited charm and confidence, telling her sweet things, complimenting her, and love-bombing her. But as time went on, he began to show his true colors to her. He began to manipulate her, invalidate her feelings. He did not show empathy to how Nne felt. He knew that Nne was insecure about her body and about herself. He knew that Nne felt insecure about her self-worth, and so he took advantage of it. Sometimes he belittled her and criticized her openly in front of her friends. One day, Nne confronted him about it. Azu, I feel really upset about what happened earlier today. I didn't appreciate the way you spoke to me in front of our friends. Oh, come on, Azu said dismissively. Nne, you're just making a big deal out of nothing. It was just a harmless joke. Can't you take a little teasing? Harmless joke? Nne said. Something that hurt my feelings? I don't like being embarrassed like that in front of others. I have told you this before. Azu rolled his eyes. You are being too sensitive. You need to toughen up and stop making everything about you. I was just trying to have some fun. But it didn't feel like fun to me, Nne said. Whatever, Nne. You are always making everything into a drama. I'm tired of dealing with your constant need for attention. But unfortunately, Nne had come to stick to Azu. Even when her friends discouraged her about Azu, telling her how rude his behavior is and how he treated her badly, she couldn't bring herself to leave. When she was asked why she didn't want to leave Azu, she said, "He was my first love, so I believe we can work things out." She also said that she believed he will change, that he will improve, that he was a good guy, just that he's going through tough times. Little did she know that Azu was someone who naturally delighted in seeing people suffer and cry. And he is the kind of person the modern world will call narcissist. Nne saw all these signs, but chose to ignore them and pay deaf ears. One thing led to another, and Nne became pregnant for Azu. Nne told Azu about it, and Azu told her to come and live with him. Nne was so excited about it because she loved him blindly. But first, she would tell her parents about it, and Azu will come visit her parents. So, one hot afternoon, Nne decided to tell her parents. She sat at the edge of the bench, her parents across her. Mother, father, Nne began. I have something important to tell you. Her mother said, What is it, Nne? I'm pregnant, Nne said. Her father, Kani, dropped his spoon he was using to eat. He made a noise on the table, and his eyes widened in surprise. Her mother's eyes widened. Pregnant? For who? Nne looked down. For Azu. Her father's face turned red with anger. That boy? How come I didn't know you were more than just friends to him? How could you let this happen? I love him, father. And he says he loves me too, and we are going to get married. I know he has his flaws, but I believe we can make it work. I'm going to marry him. Kani and his wife, Aku, were really worried, and that night, they regretted why they chose to focus on their business life than family life. They regretted why they didn't give their daughter the attention she needed when she needed them most. And now she's pregnant for some street boy they are not aware of. And not just pregnant, she had gone and decided to marry him. They were heartbroken, but there was little they could do. They tried to talk her out of it, all to no avail. When Azu visited Nne's home, he showed clear disrespect towards her parents. When Nne's mother offered him food, he rudely pushed the plate away and said, Is this what you call food? No wonder you are skinny, Nne, Azu said to Nne. Later, when Nne's father tried to ask Azu about his plans for the future and for his daughter, Azu laughed and said, Why do you care? It's not like you have any say in our lives. Nne's parents were mad by his behavior. But Nne defended Azu, saying, He's the first man I knew. He's the first man I was with. I can't leave him. He must have had a bad day, I'm sure. She was too blinded by her feelings to see how poorly Azu treated her parents. Nne and Azu later got married after some weeks. Even though her parents weren't happy about it, they felt they had no choice but to accept her decision. During the wedding, Nne's parents tried to smile, but it was clear they were worried. They knew Azu didn't respect them and feared he wouldn't treat Nne well. Nne, however, was determined to marry Azu. She believed he loved her and that things would get better. She refused to see the warning signs that her parents saw. Nne soon gave birth to a baby girl and named her Ife. As Ife got older, she started noticing the tension between her parents. She could hear their voices rising in anger. She could see the frustration on their faces. The arguments seemed to happen more and more often. At first, it was just words, exchange of words. But then it became worse. Azu started beating Nne. The first time it happened, Efe was very terrified. She saw her mother crying, holding her cheek where Azu had slapped her. Nne tried to calm Efe down, telling her it will be okay. But Efe could see the fear in her own mother's eyes. Azu's reason for hitting Nne were often petty. Sometimes it was because he didn't like how she talked to him. Other times it was because of her attitude. There was a time he hit her just because dinner wasn't ready when he came home. Efe loved her mother and couldn't understand why her father was so cruel, but there was little she could do. Despite the abuse, Nne stayed with Azu. She was too blinded by her love for him, remembering that he was the first man she had ever loved. She believed she couldn't leave him, even though the pain were taking a toll on her. Efe was too young to understand, but she only knew that her home was filled with sadness and fear. One day, Nne confronted Azu about giving her money to go to the market because there was no food on the table. She approached him cautiously, trying not to upset him. Azu, we need money for food. There is nothing in the house, she said gently. Azu flared up immediately. Why are you always asking for money? He shouted. Do you think money grows on trees? I know it's hard, Azu, but we need to eat, please. Just a little money for the market, Nne said. Azu's face turned red with anger. You are always complaining. If it's not this one today, it's this one tomorrow. If it's not this one, you complain. You are never satisfied. I work hard and all you do is nag. My friend, will you stop bothering me about money before I lay my hands on you? And once I lay my hands on you, you will not like yourself. With that, he walked away, leaving her standing there. Efe could not really understand what the cause of the tension was all about between her father and her mother. When she asked her mother about it, her mother assured her everything will be alright. Efe sometimes felt she was the cause of the problem. Other times, she cried herself to sleep, fearing what might happen to her mother in the hands of her father. It was an emotional wound that had begun to eat her up at such an early age. Azu, as a father, was feared by his daughter. At the sound of his arrival, everyone ran into their hiding places, and there was always an unhappy silence in their home. She had never had a father-to-child relationship with Azu. After many months, Azu decided he needed a change. He thought having another wife might bring him happiness. His reason was that he wanted more children to carry on his name. One sunny afternoon, Nne's mother decided to pay Azu a visit to talk some sense into him. She told him it didn't make sense to take on another family when he couldn't properly even take care of the first. But Azu did not want to hear it. He became defensive and warned Nne's mother never to interfere in his family affairs again. Nne, standing nearby, felt powerless to defend her mother. She wanted to speak up, but fear held her tongue. As time went on, Azu went ahead with his decision and married Chako, a woman known for her size and her loud mouth. Nne, being used to Azu's authoritative nature, didn't say much about his decision to marry Chako. Chako often disregarded Nne as the elder wife. She would boss Nne around, and despite Nne's attempts to maintain peace and harmony in the household, Chako's behavior made it increasingly difficult. One day, Nne told Efe that Azu, her father, wanted to talk to her alone about something. Efe became nervous. She feared she might have done something bad or that her father was going to flog her. She had these negative thoughts because she had been raised in a home filled with fear and bullying. When she entered the room, he started by saying wonderful things to her, praising her for being a good child, encouraging her, praising her for being a child that always go on errands. Then he switched, looked at her, and observed how much she had grown at such age, the age of 6. Then he asked her if she had seen her period, if she liked her breast, if she knew what man and woman sleeping together meant. Then he told her he was going to teach her how to be a woman, which she didn't understand, so he went on. He told her that he would teach her how to be a wife and that all fathers did this with their daughters. He took her to a closet in the room, asked her to lay down. Efe couldn't fight against her father because he was the lion of the house. She feared and dreaded his wrath. She couldn't even complain to her mother because of how strict he was. She just did as she was told and laid down. It was so uncomfortable for her, but she had no choice. After fondling her private parts for what seemed like eternity, Azu covered her back with her clothes and then told her to be a good girl by not telling anyone their little secrets. Type yes if you want to get a part 2 of this story. To every child out there, if something doesn't feel right or make sense to you, trust your instincts. Your feelings are valid. It is important to listen to them. To every child going through puberty or adolescence, you are beautiful and wonderfully made. Look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself over and over. Love yourself and treat yourself above every other thing. Azu kept coming into Efe's room to do what he liked with her. Efe felt ashamed of herself, lost her self-esteem, and felt dirty on the inside. But there was little she could do. Azu did not allow his family to get exposed to good things. He religiously believed in traditions. Even when his children fell ill, he treated them himself. He had stopped his wife from pursuing her education and from taking their children to the village hospital. That was why it was easy for Nne, who was Efe's mother and the wife of Azu, to believe all the lies Azu told her. After some time, Azu told Efe's mother, Nne, about what he was doing to Efe. He told her that Efe had a bad skin condition and needed healing from it, and that the only way to cure her was for her, Efe, to go into his room all alone. Then he would perform the ritual, sleep with her, and gradually she will become cleansed and purified. Nne swallowed the lies and confronted young Efe about it. She encouraged Efe not to feel bad, that Papa only wanted the best for her, and that was why he was sleeping and raping her. But what came out of Efe's mouth sent shivers down Nne's spine. Mama, she asked, did you know that Auntie Chaku is also sleeping with me? Then she continued, Papa always brings her along into my room. When Papa finishes touching my body, she starts her own. They take turns to touch me. Nne stood still like she had seen a ghost. She confronted Azu later that evening, but after much quarreling with Azu concerning a woman sleeping with Efe, Azu dealt with her seriously and beat her well. She never opened her mouth to talk about it again. This continued until Efe turned 13 years. Then she got pregnant for her father. Her father wasn't angry or happy. His face couldn't read any expression at all, because he was just thinking of what to do. When Chaku noticed Efe was pregnant, she became jealous. She hadn't conceived since she had been seeing Azu, and here was Efe pregnant at 13. She then mockingly told Azu, Efe's father, that the child would be deformed and would be a liability. Azu let out his frustration on her, beat her to nonsense for saying such words. It didn't take long. Chaku packed her things and left without informing Azu or anyone. Efe had a younger brother named Kachi, and at the age of 12, Kachi was sent out of the house to go and become a man by all means, and to also support the family purse. It was in the course of this that Kachi became exposed. He learned about the hospitals, the schools, the organizations, and lots more. He was so excited about them and wanted to help his sisters as well. He wanted to help Efe and their younger ones out of the suffering they were facing in the hands of her father. But he had to wait for the right time. One day, at Efe's 9th month in pregnancy, she felt slight pain in her lower abdomen. She thought she wanted to ease herself, or worse still, menstrual cramps, but she did not know she was in labor. When she went to the nearby bush to use the toilet, she started pushing, and suddenly water splattered in front of her. She screamed, and her mother came running. Her mother looked in between her legs and saw that her baby's head was there. She immediately called her husband to come. They both carried Efe gently into the house mattress that everyone in the house slept on. As soon as they laid her on the mattress, it didn't take up to 2 minutes. The baby came flying out. she barely pushed or felt labor pains. When Azu saw that the baby wasn't deformed, he was relieved and said that since the baby was not deformed, it was ordained by God for him to continue cleansing his daughter's body from her allergies by sleeping with her. He also said that it was ordained by the gods for him to keep sleeping with his daughters in order to produce offsprings so that the human race won't go into extinction. With that, he continued raping his daughters. This went on and on until Efe was 21 years old. By now, she had 2 children for her father and was 2 months pregnant with the third one. It had become a norm in their family for their father to cleanse their bodies. Azu didn't only sleep with Efe, but also with Efe's 3 younger sisters. Her immediate younger sister at that time was also pregnant for her father. One day, while Azu traveled to visit one of his side chicks, Kachi came home. Everyone was excited and so happy to see him. In that moment of excitement, Efe's second child started convulsing. Kachi saw this as an opportunity and quickly convinced Nne and Efe to allow him take Efe and her son to the hospital. Efe hadn't gone to school, so she was overwhelmed by the beauty of the outside world. Kachi did most of the talking, interpreting, and explaining to her. When they arrived at the hospital, a document was brought for her to fill in her details and that of her sick son. Efe was smart enough to know that this was what Kachi had wanted all this while. That is, her freedom. She also felt like this was the perfect time to ask for help. One of the striking information the hospital asked was the information about her parents and also the information about her son's parents. So, she put down her father's name as Azu and also put down the name of her father's child as Azu. This was enough to raise the red flag in the hospital. Meanwhile, back at home, Azu had returned from where he went. He asked Nne where Efe had gone. Nne told him that Kachi took Efe and her son to the hospital. He became enraged, so angered that he destroyed the television in the parlor and some plates in the kitchen. Few hours later, Efe returned with her baby, along with Kachi, but there was another social worker from the hospital with them. She had come to make investigations to find out how many children had been born from this incest. When the social worker left, Azu threatened Efe seriously not to tell anyone about what had happened and what is currently happening at home, else she will be killed. Then he angrily beat up Kachi and banished Kachi out of his house, never to see him again. Then one day, Azu took one of Efe's younger sisters into the room to rape her. Efe stood up to him. She cursed, she shouted, she yelled, and screamed her lungs out at him. When her mother came running, wondering what was happening, Efe turned to her and lashed words out at her, blaming her for everything that had happened. If she had spoken up, looked for help, this wouldn't have escalated to this extent. Then Efe took her younger sister into another room and locked the door. For the first time, she felt so happy standing up for her sisters. Meanwhile, Azu was taken aback. He was so shocked to his bone marrow and didn't utter any word. The next day, he disappeared out of the house. After a few days, Ne mustered the courage to go to the police station. She reported Azu for domestic violence and the molestation of their children. The police took her report seriously and immediately began to search for Azu. They combed through the village, questioned neighbors, and even visited Azu's friends, but he seemed to vanish. During this time, Efe was taken into protective custody along with her sisters. The authorities provided them with counseling and support. Slowly, they began to regain their self-esteem and sense of security. The scars of their ordeal was still there, but they were determined to heal. Ne cooperated fully with the police. She provided them with all the information she could, hoping it would lead to Azu's capture. Days turned into weeks, and the search seemed to be going nowhere. Just when hope was starting to fade, a breakthrough came. One night, a tip came in. Someone had seen Azu at the house of one of his side chicks. The police quickly mobilized and surrounded the house. As they approached, they saw Azu trying to escape through the back door, but it was too late. The police apprehended him and took him into custody. The trial was swift, with the overwhelming evidence and testimonies. Azu was found guilty of all charges. The judges then sentenced him to 96 years in prison. In the aftermath, the government specially stepped in to support Efe. They recognized the trauma she had endured and offered her a scholarship to continue her education. Efe was overjoyed. She had always dreamed of going to school and making something of her life. Ne, now free from Azu's oppressive control, encouraged Efe to take this opportunity. You deserve this, my daughter. Go and achieve all your dreams. I will always be here to support you. Efe hugged her mother tightly. Thank you, Mama. I won't let you down. With the government's support, Efe was enrolled in a prestigious school. She excelled in her studies, driven by a desire to overcome her past and build a better future. The teachers and students were kind to her, and she made many new friends. Years passed, and Efe graduated with honors. She went on to further her education, earning a degree in social works. She was determined to help other children who had suffered like she did. Her story inspired many, and she became a symbol of resilience and hope in her community.
This story is about to get even more interesting. Therefore, I really need to know that you are enjoying the story. So say something in the comment section, or you can comment whatever it is that you like. I really want to see that you guys are enjoying the story for me to be motivated to post the next story. So please, first of all, subscribe. Secondly, please make sure to like the video. And thirdly, please write a comment, write anything. So first of all, tell me how interesting the story is and what you've actually learned.
But Kenechukwu's lust could not be satisfied. One night, while Chidinma slept, Kenechukwu came into the room where she was, Don't shout or make noise. Once upon a time, there lived a wealthy couple, Lolo and Chief Mr. Okoro. They had it all, from houses to farms to servants to businesses. But in the midst of their prosperity, they longed for a child, but none came. Years passed, and their desire for a child only intensified. They tried every solution, from traditional remedies to modern fertility treatments. Nothing. They prayed and offered sacrifices to their ancestors, seeking blessings. Lolo suffered through countless miscarriages, each one a painful reminder of their unfulfilled dream. One day, after a decade of struggle, Lolo discovered she was pregnant again. This time, she carried the pregnancy in full, and they welcomed a beautiful baby girl, Norma, meaning gifts of God. Overjoyed, they celebrated with everyone, and their well-wishers brought gifts to spice it all up. As Norma grew, her parents showered her with love, with attention, and with every material comfort. They spoiled her rotten and were quick to excuse her misbehaviors. In their eyes, Norma was a precious diamond, a blessing they had waited too long to receive. She was the apple of her parents' eyes, and they spared no expense in giving her the best life they had to offer. But as she grew older, Norma began to exhibit some unbecoming behaviors. She would often talk down to her parents' workers, yelling at them for not meeting her demands quickly enough. One day, she even went as far as slapping a worker for not bringing her favorite food on time. Her parents didn't do anything about it to correct her behavior. Instead, they blamed the worker. Norma, my dear, come and sit with me for a minute. I need to talk to you about something. It's about your behavior lately. What is it, mother? I'm busy. You have been treating others with disrespect, talking down to our workers, and talking rudely to people. That's not the kind of person I raised you to be. Oh, please, mother, you're so old-fashioned. Don't you understand how things work nowadays? I'm just having fun. Fun? You call being rude and entitled fun? I'm warning you, Norma. This behavior will get you nowhere in life. You need to learn respect and humility. Respect? Please, mother. You want me to respect people who are beneath me? No way. Thank you. And humility is for the weak, by the way. I'm out of here. Norma, come back here and listen to me. While Lolo talked, Norma stormed out. And that has been Norma's behavior from day one. She had been spending time with a boy from a neighboring village, and they had been sneaking around to be together. Norma's parents were too busy to notice that their child had begun playing with fire. Sometimes, a boy will visit her home and they will be together all alone, talking, laughing. And gradually, their emotions grew together, leaving them thirsty to eat the forbidden fruit. One day, the unexpected happened. While everyone was away, Ekene came in as usual. How are you, my baby? Ekene said. I'm fine, Norma said shyly. Fine and beautiful. Norma, I want to tell you that I have feelings for you. I want to spend my life with you. I want to spend my whole life with you. I want you to be the mother of my children. I always think about you. When I wake up and when I go to bed, you are my sunshine. Nothing makes me happier than being with you. He flirted on and on, finally confusing Norma. Norma on her own part was too lost to think straight. She fell for him, and gradually it was easy for him to pull off her pants. Her singlet, kissing her gently, held her waist, took her to the bed and defiled her. Norma felt pains after, but she really enjoyed it and begged Ekene to keep coming. Of course, trust the boy, he did keep coming. And that was how Norma the spoiled child began her sexual escapade at an early age of 14. One early morning, Norma woke up abruptly with a stomach ache. She rushed to the toilet and vomited. After cleaning her mouth, she was about to leave when she vomited again. What could this be, she wondered. A headache started almost immediately, and she held her head in her palms as she went back to bed. A few days later, Norma found herself eating voraciously and sleeping a lot. She couldn't understand what was happening to her. Her mother called her one day. "Norma, I'm seeing some changes in you. Your breast is getting bigger and your hip is also getting bigger. You are even becoming fatter and you are sleeping too much. Are you sure you are not pregnant? Ha! This girl has killed me." They immediately went to the clinic. While waiting for the results, Norma's mother, who already knew the results, soliloquized, "Ha, Norma, what have I done to deserve this? We waited to have you for years, not for you to bring sorrow to us. We gave you everything you asked for and even extra. What did we not give you? And you want to bring shame to me and your father? Oh, Chineke, Norma, just not let it be pregnancy, because your father will beat it out of you." Norma sat in shame as she listened to her mother. The result was finally out. Lolo quickly took it and glanced through it. Positive. "Chineke mo!" she exclaimed as she put her hands in her head and cried. Norma also cried. "Who did this to you?" her father thundered when they arrived. "Who?" Norma was afraid, and her clothes was soaked in sweat and fear. It is Ekene." Mr. Okoro stormed out of the house in anger and fury with Norma. "Come and show me who did this to you," he said. When he got to Ekene's place, Ekene was not around, but his aged mother. Mr. Okoro greeted her and said, "This is what your son has achieved. He has successfully impregnated my daughter." Ekene's old mother hung her head in shame, as this was the third case of pregnancy that has been brought to her concerning her son. She was not ready to take in and look after any grandchild, seeing that she couldn't feed herself comfortably yet. The first girl who came in with her parents came in last week and complained. They saw Ekene's old mother couldn't take care of herself, thought more of taking care of their pregnant daughter, so they just quarreled her and finally took their daughter back home. The second pregnant lady that came with her parents came a few days ago, and now Ekene has brought in another case. Mr. Okoro finished backing and saying that the old woman didn't have much to say. He left with his daughter. Ekene came home and his mother told him what had happened. Then she advised him to tell Norma's parents that he truly loved Norma and will marry her. Ekene was like, "But why, Mama? I don't love her anymore." "Ekene, if you marry her, you will forever get us out of poverty and lack. Don't you see that the Okoro family is a wealthy one? That made sense to Ekene. So they came up with a plan. Ekene went to Mr. Okoro's house few days later and told him he really loved his daughter and will not hesitate to spend the rest of his life with her, that he is the true father of the child, but that Mr. Okoro should help him. He should get a job for him so that he can use it to take care of Norma and also build a house for them where him and Norma will stay. That he is ready to start the wedding immediately. Norma's parents were really worried and didn't want their daughter to be the talk of the town and be the talk of the village gossip, because it will definitely affect their business by reducing customers who patronize them. So they agreed to marry Norma off to Ekene. The day of the wedding was brief with just a handful of persons. They played music, sang, danced, ate and drank. But somehow, one could sense that there was a thick cloud of embarrassment that filled the atmosphere. Norma's stomach was already protruding, so it was obvious she was pregnant and marrying quickly because she was pregnant. Mr. Okoro felt guilty for giving his daughter's hand in marriage to this riffraff who could barely be a man and feed himself. Well, if he hears any complaint from his daughter, he will immediately bring her home. He will not care. But he shrugged the feeling and continued with the celebration, pretending to be happy. After the wedding, Norma and Ekene went to another village to start their life. Ekene continued sleeping out and spending the money Norma's parents gave him. Norma gave birth to her son one fateful day and named him Kenechukwu. As little Kenechukwu grew, his mother noticed some signs of his father's wayward life in him, but she only dismissed it with the assumption that he was only a child, since she was battling with more pressing matters. And one of them was that Ekene had been cheating on her with several women in the village. She had heard news, she had heard gossips, and she was even tired of it. Even her friend Adaeze had told her how Ekene tried to seduce her, and she was tired of that. When she confronted Ekene about it, he blatantly denied and gaslighted her for believing people outside. But Norma knew better. As her son grew older, he began to exhibit disturbing behaviors. He would often be found lingering around younger children, making them uncomfortable with his gaze and touches. Norma, his mother, was aware of her son's behavior, but she chose to ignore it. She didn't want to believe that her child was capable of such things. She thought that he was just curious and would grow out of it. Sometimes, other parents mentioned that Kenechukwu's play with their children seemed inappropriate. Norma brushed off their concerns, thinking they were exaggerating. He's just a kid, she told herself. He doesn't mean any harm. As Kenechukwu entered his teenage years, the signs became harder to ignore. He was often caught trying to be alone with much younger children, and some of the kids started avoiding him. Other parents in the village were growing increasingly concerned and began to keep their children away from him. Kenechukwu often liked to play games with the younger children in the neighborhood. One day, he invited a group of children, all around 6 or 7 years old to play a game of hide and seek in the backyard. As the game progressed, Kenechukwu made sure he was always the one to find the hidden children. When he found them, he would take a little too long to touch them before declaring them caught, sometimes placing his hands on their breasts or laps for longer than necessary. The younger kids seemed uncomfortable, but they didn't fully understand why. One afternoon, Kenechukwu's mother, Norma, was chatting with a neighbor, Mrs. Nkiru. When she noticed that the usual laughter and play of the children was missing, curiosity set in. And slightly concerned, Norma excused herself and went to check on the game. She found Kenechukwu in a secluded corner of the backyard with one of the younger children, a little girl named Amara. Kenechukwu had laid his hands on Amara's tiny waist and lap and was speaking to her in a hushed tone. Amara looked visibly uncomfortable and a bit scared. Norma immediately called out to them, and Kenechukwu quickly stepped back, a guilty look flashing across his face. Norma's heart sank as she watched Amara run off to join the other children, clearly relieved to be free from Kenechukwu's grasp. She couldn't shake off the unease she felt about what she had witnessed. However, when she confronted Kenechukwu, he insisted that they were just playing and that he didn't mean any harm. Norma, though troubled, chose to believe her son, convincing herself it was just a misunderstanding. She noticed that Amara and some of the other children seemed reluctant to play with Kenechukwu after that day. This moment, though significant, was one of the many signs Norma chose to ignore, hoping that Kenechukwu's behavior was just a phase. She didn't seek further help or advice. When Kenechukwu turned 14, his mother, Norma, said she was having a child. Kenechukwu felt a mix of things. He was curious, he was jealous, and at the same time, he really did not care. After 9 months, Norma had the baby, a girl named Chinima. Once Chidinma came home, Norma mostly focused on the new baby. Kenechukwu watched as his mom took care of his sister, feeling strange about it. He used to be his mom's main focus, but now it seemed like he was no more important at all. As Chidinma grew, Norma shifted her whole attention from Kenechukwu to Chidinma, while Kenechukwu continued growing rapidly in his misconduct. When Kenechukwu turned 18, he decided it was time to live on his own terms. One sunny morning, he packed his belongings into an old suitcase, said goodbye to his family, and set off for a new town. And life continued. Norma continued living with her drunkard husband Ekene, and Chidinma grew in the midst of a chaotic family. One day, Norma began to feel very ill. She tried to keep up with her daily business, but her strength faded quickly. Despite her efforts to get better, her condition worsened. She visited the village clinic, but the doctors couldn't do much to help her. As days turned into weeks, Norma grew weaker. She spent her remaining energy making sure Chidinma took good care of herself. She cooked meals, made her laugh, even though she was in great pain. Norma's husband Ekene, lost in his drinking, barely noticed her declining health. One evening, Norma called Chidinma to her bedside. With a weak smile, she held her daughter's hand and told her to always be brave and kind. Chidinma, not fully understanding, nodded and hugged her mother tightly. The next morning, Norma passed away peacefully in her sleep. The village mourned her loss, but not more than little Chidinma. She felt lost and scared without her mother's comforting presence. Norma's husband Ekene, though saddened, found it hard to break free from his drinking habit. When Kenechukwu heard about his mother's passing, he felt sad. Despite the strained relationship with his village due to his past behavior, he knew that he had to come pay his last respect to his mother. He returned home and, with the help of some villagers, made arrangements for her burial. After the ceremony, he gathered his belongings and took Chidinma with him. When Kenechukwu arrived in his town, he came home with his 10-year-old sister. He quickly noticed how much Chidinma had changed. She had developed a woman's body with wide hips and a shapely figure that seemed too mature for her age. From the moment he saw her, Kenechukwu couldn't take his eyes off her, making Chidinma very uncomfortable. She didn't understand why her brother was staring at her like that. One day, while Chidinma was playing outside, she heard her brother calling her from inside. "Chidinma, come here," Kenechukwu shouted. Being obedient, Chidinma quickly ran inside. "Yes, brother Kenechukwu," she said quietly. Kenechukwu was sitting on the old sofa, staring at her seductively. "What were you doing outside alone?" he asked in a seductive voice. Just playing," Chidinma stammered, feeling scared. "Don't you want to sit on your brother's laps?" he asked. Before she could answer, he pulled her onto his lap. His thick fingers roaming greedily over her tiny body. The terrified child went rigid, unsure of what was happening, but knowing it was very wrong. Kenechukwu undressed her, murmuring reassurances that only made her more afraid. "Just stay calm and be a good girl. This will be a secret." Chidinma was so scared as he groped her and forced his hand in between her legs, violating her innocence. She squeezed her eyes shut, wishing she could wake up from this nightmare as tears streamed down her cheek. "Please, it hurts, brother," she managed to whisper. But Kenechukwu only hushed her harshly. He continued abusing her until he seemed satisfied. Then he redressed the trembling girl. Chidinma felt dirty and ashamed of herself. Kenechukwu gripped her small shoulders firmly and said, "If I hear this to anyone, if I hear that you said a word to anyone about this, I will make your life a living hell," he hissed. "This is our secret, do you understand?" Chidinma was too shaky and scared to disobey. She only nodded meekly. But Kenechukwu's lust could not be satisfied. One night, while Chidinma slept, Kenechukwu came into the room where she was. Don't shout or make noise. Just obey what I tell you, he ordered as he gradually tore off her clothes and spread her legs apart. Chidinma squeezed her eyes shut and tried to go numb as her brother's thick fingers invaded her most private area. His other hand clamped over her mouth to muffle her anguished cries. Suddenly, a sharp sting of searing pain caused Chidinma's eyes to fly open in shock. Kenechukwu had finally stolen her innocence as blood trickled down her trembling thighs. Her brother had defiled her completely. She didn't understand why her brother, who was meant to protect and care for her in this wicked world, had decided to be the one to steal her virginity. Chidinma was so shocked and was in pain. After a few weeks of this act by her brother, she did not understand what was happening to her body. She started feeling sick every morning. She would wake up feeling like to vomit and often had to rush to the bathroom to throw up. Her appetite changed too. Food she used to love now made her feel sick. Her clothes that were once fitted were now becoming tight. She had missed her monthly cycle, and she remembered when her mother told her that the monthly cycle was egg that was not fertilized in form of blood, and if a lady misses her monthly cycle, it means she was pregnant or had some other complications. Chidinma knew better. She didn't want to believe at first, but she couldn't ignore the signs. She felt scared and alone. She didn't know who she could talk to or how to handle the situation. It plunged her into a state of mental depression at such an early age. The childhood joy, laughter, and innocence in her life was taken away and was gradually replaced by sadness, gloominess, and depression. First, when she found out she was going to have a baby, she felt like everything was just too much to handle. She didn't know how to be a mom because she was still a kid herself. It made her feel hopeless and like she had nobody to talk to as well. She also worried a lot about what other people would think about her being pregnant so young. She was scared they would judge her or not understand what she was going through. This made her feel even more alone and sad. On top of all that, she had to deal with her brother who abused her always. His actions made her feel really bad about herself, like she wasn't worth anything. It was hard for her to forget what he did to her, and it made her feel even more depressed. To every child out there, if something doesn't feel right or makes you uncomfortable, trust your instincts. Your feelings are valid and it's important to listen to them. Don't keep it a secret even if you are scared. Speaking up can help stop the behavior and keep you safe.
Please tell me, are you enjoying the story? If so, tell me, what lessons have you actually learned? I would really love to hear your comments in the comment section down below. And remember, to support this channel, please subscribe, like the video, comment, just say something. Even a word could literally mean a whole lot. So I want you to tell me, what lessons have you learned from this story? Trust me, these are situations that most people actually gone through. I'm sure some of you that are watching this story have actually gone through this situation. So I want to hear from you. I want to hear how you dealt with the situation that you were faced with.
Chidinma had been feeling very tired lately, sleeping more than usual. Each morning, she woke up feeling like vomiting and rushed to the bathroom to vomit. As these symptoms continued, it dawned on her she was actually pregnant. One early morning, after vomiting, she sat on the bathroom floor. Tears filled her eyes. She was scared and depressed. When her brother returned from work, she told him about it. He assured her that everything will be fine after they have removed the problem. He then sent her on errands to get something from across. And as she walked past their neighbor's house, Mrs. Eze, she noticed her swollen feet. "Chidinma, what's wrong with your feet?" Mrs. Eze asked, concern in her eyes. Chidinma quickly thought of an excuse, remembering what her brother had told her, remembering her brother's warning not to tell anyone too. "Oh, I just woke up and saw my leg was swollen. I'm sure it will go back to normal. It's just some changes occurring in my body. It's nothing big," she lied, forcing a smile. Mrs. Eze looked doubtful, but didn't press further. Mrs. Eze watched with a heavy heart, shaking her head in pity. She had a feeling something was not all right with Chidinma, but there was little she could do. Besides, everyone had their own problem. Maybe Chidinma happened to encounter her own at an early age, she thought. Chidinma was always afraid of Kenechukwu, her elder brother. He was supposed to be her protector, but he had exposed her and left her vulnerable. She feared telling anyone because Kenechukwu had threatened her and warned her sternly not to tell anyone. Hence, she had developed deep fear for men. Anytime she came across men, she was always on edge, fearing she might be abused again. Sometimes, Chidinma blamed herself that she was the cause of her mother's death. So that's why she was being molested by her elder brother. In her subconscious, she had accepted that she deserved this treatment. Chidinma was depressed. She lost interest in playing, laughing, or talking with other children. She was easily stressed out, even though she did little to no work. Deeply, she felt a sense of worthlessness, unworthy of love and respect. And because of that, she had withdrawn from others, preferring to always be alone. Childhood memories are supposed to be filled with joy, laughter, and innocence, but it wasn't the case of Chidinma. For other children, it was a time of carefree days, spent playing with friends, and spent feeling safe and loved with no worries. Chidinma remembered when she was in the village with her mother, how she ran through the grasses with her friends in the village, their laughter ringing out as they played games and danced. She remembered her friends in the village. There was Kachi, who always had a smile on her face. There was also Emeka, who was the best at climbing trees and would always bring down the best and ripest mangoes for everyone to share. There was Ebuka, who was talented at catching grasshoppers and pairing them into husband and wife. Those were the best times of her life. Tears filled her eyes as she thought. She wondered if life will ever be better than her childhood. Every morning, she woke up with a heavy heart, dreading what the night will bring. Because Kenechukwu will come home that night, either he beats her or forcefully sleeps with her. Chidima often blamed herself for everything that had happened. She thought about her mother's death, and she thought about her father, who always drank himself to stupor. In her mind, she believed that if her mother had been alive, her elder brother wouldn't have done this to her. The pain, the guilt, the shame was unbearable. And there were days when Chidima prayed to die. She had endured so much already. Her spirit was battered and broken. One early morning, Chidima was woken up by her elder brother Kenechukwu. He told her to dress up quickly because they were going somewhere. Without saying a single word, she obeyed him. When they finally arrived, she saw a dirty environment littered with grasses and dirt. It was nothing like the clean hospitals she had heard of. The place looked dangerous. Kenechukwu spoke with one of the people who worked there, a man who looked untrustworthy. After a brief conversation, Chidima was asked to come inside. The inside of the hospital was like the outside. It looked like a hospital, but it was clear this was not a real one. It was a quack hospital. Chidima's heart pounded in her chest as she was led into a small, dimly lit room. A woman in a dirty lab coat handed Chidima a cup with some liquid in it and told her to drink. She hesitated, but a sharp look from Kenechukwu reminded her of his threats. She took the cup and drank. The taste was bitter, foul, and within minutes she felt dizzy and weak. Her eyelids grew heavy as she struggled to stay awake. She wondered what these people were trying to do to her. As she drifted in and out of consciousness, she saw blurry figures moving around her. They were inserting an iron instrument into her private parts and thrusting it in and out. The pain was excruciating. But she couldn't fully react because the drug had left her too weak. She cried even in her state of unconsciousness as she understood that even the life she was about to bring into the world was being wiped out by her brother's cruelty. She also feared that her womb might be damaged. When she finally woke up, the pain was too much. She was bleeding and was aching in her lower abdomen. The quack doctors tidied her up quickly before discharging her. She could barely stand, but Kenechukwu was there to carry her back home. The journey back home was filled with pain and tears. Chidima could barely walk, each step sending waves of agony through her body. When they finally reached home, Kenechukwu gave her some medications, just as the quack doctors had instructed. She took them without protest. She lay on her mat. Her whole body was in pain. She cried silently, tears soaking her pillow. At 14, Chidima had suffered enough from the hands of her brother. She came to live with him at the age of 10, and it's been 4 years since then, and that 4 years was filled with agony and pain, molestation and rape. So she thought of running away. One night, she quietly left her brother's house and fled to a distant town. She found herself in the bustling town of Nsukka, with crowded streets and vendors calling out their goods, with children playing everywhere. Chidinma was so tired that she sat by the roadside, not knowing what to do next. A man named Emeka saw her and walked over to her. "Are you okay?" he asked gently. Chidinma shook her head, tears in her eyes. Emeka felt sorry for her and decided to help her. He took her to his small house, and there he gave her clean clothes, a warm meal, and a place to sleep. For a while, Emeka treated Chidinma well. He spoke kindly to her, reassured her she was safe, and made sure she had everything she needed. Chidinma felt like she was relaxing, but unknown to her, Emeka was far from being a good man. One night, everything changed. Emeka came into her room with a different look in his eyes. Chidinma's heart pounded with fear as she remembered something similar to this. Despite her pleas, Emeka did the same terrible thing her brother had done to her. Afterwards, Emeka threatened her. "Don't tell anyone," he warned. "Besides, people won't believe you. They will say you are ungrateful after all I've done for you. And if I hear any word about this outside, I make sure I'll kill you." Chidinma felt trapped once again. She thought she had escaped her nightmare, only to find herself in another. The man who had taken her in, fed her and clothed her, was no better than her brother. She was beyond broken and wondered if she would ever find true safety and true love. Chidinma lay in her small room, staring at the ceiling. Her mind raced with thoughts she couldn't push away. "It's like the world is filled with wicked people," she thought bitterly. Every time she tried to find safety, someone betrayed her trust. Her brother, and now Emeka. They had both stolen pieces of her soul. No more innocence, no more purity, she whispered to herself. The pain of her experiences had totally changed her life. She felt like an object. She felt like she was used and discarded by those who were supposed to take care of her. She remembered how she used to cry herself to sleep every night. But now, her tears were gone. Her emotions had dried up, leaving her hollow inside. The sadness, the fear, and the pain were still there, but she had decided to bury them deep and cover them by a hard shell she had built around her heart. "If I'm just an object," she thought, "then let me love it. Let me accept it." It was as if she was giving up on fighting against the world. The constant betrayal and abuse had taken away her ability to trust. Days turned into weeks. She did what Emeka asked her to do, and he continued to rape her. She didn't cry or complain anymore. She learned to hide her true feelings behind a mask. She became numb to the pain and suffering. Emeka noticed the change in her. She was no longer the scared, timid girl he had taken in. There was a coldness in her eyes that hadn't been there before. He tried to intimidate her, but she didn't react. She had become like stone. One sunny afternoon, Chidinma wandered through the busy market of Nsukka. The colorful stalls and the lively chatter of the vendors provided a temporary distraction from her worries. As she walked, she noticed a group of women gathered around a table, laughing and talking to themselves. She was attracted by their warmth, so she moved closer and watched them work on various crafts, creating beautiful pieces of jewelry and clothing and necklaces. One of the women noticed Chidima's interest and smiled warmly at her. "Hello dear, what's your name?" "Chidima," she replied. "I'm Ngozi," she said. "Would you like to join us? We are part of a women's cooperative and we make crafts to sell at the market." Chidima hesitated for a while and then nodded. She spent the rest of the day seeing what they were doing and observing how happy they were. She was observing and learning how to make bracelets and necklaces. Over the next few weeks, Chidima kept coming and became interested in what they were doing for the first time in years. Chidima became a regular at the cooperative, and soon Mama Ngozi took a special interest in her. One day, she noticed the sadness in her eyes and the way she flinched at sudden movements. One evening, after everyone else had left, Mama Ngozi sat down next to Chidima. "My dear, I can see that something is troubling you," she said softly. "You don't have to tell me everything, but know that you are not alone. We are here to help you." Tears welled up in Chidima's eyes as someone had never told her something like this. She decided to give it a chance to open up to Mama Ngozi. So finally she opened up about her past, and as she talked, she cried and she wept. She told Mama Ngozi about her brother, her escape to Nsukka, and how Emeka kept molesting her. Mama Ngozi listened carefully and quietly without uttering a word or distracting her while she talked. Her heart broke for the young girl. "You are so brave, Chidima," Mama Ngozi said, hugging her gently. "You deserve to be safe and happy. We will help you find a way out." With the support of Mama Ngozi and the other women, Chidima began to plan her escape from Emeka's house. They found a safe place for her to stay with one of the cooperative members who lived with her family in a nearby village. Mama Ngozi also connected Chidima with a local social worker who helped her with other things, who helped her talk about what she had gone through and how to heal so that the trauma can be healed and gradually. One night, when Emeka was out drinking with his friends, Chidima packed her few belongings and quietly left the house. She met Mama Ngozi and the social worker, and they took her to her new home. The family welcomed her with open arms, providing her with the love and support she so desperately needed. At first, Chidima was skeptic and was always on edge with her new family. But as time went on, she realized that their love was genuine, and she was more than happy to find out that some place like this existed. Months passed and Chidima's life took a positive turn. She enrolled in a local school, determined to build a better future for herself. Her new family supported her every step. One day, while walking at the market, Chidima noticed a young girl sitting alone by the roadside, looking scared and lost. Memories of her own experience flooded back, and she knew she must help this young girl. "Hello," Chidima said gently. Approaching the girl, "Are you okay? What's your name?" The girl looked up with tears filling her eyes. "I am Ada," she whispered. Chidima's heart ached for Ada, remembering her own journey. She took the girl's hand and brought her to Mama Ngozi, knowing that together they could provide solution and show this little girl love and support that saved her months ago. If you find yourself in similar situation like Chidima, please speak up. If you are experiencing any form of abuse or inappropriate behavior, try to confide in someone you trust. Keeping silent only gives power to the abuser. Please do not encourage and keep secrets like this. Chidima's journey shows that even in the darkest of times, there is always a chance for a new beginning. By seeking help and trusting in the kindness of others, she was able to rebuild her life from scratch and find happiness. Remember, you have the strength within you to overcome any challenge, and there's always hope for a better tomorrow.
These videos really take a lot of time to make, but you guys' support really keep me going. Comments below and share this video with your friends and family. Also, like and subscribe to the channel so that you'll be the first to be notified when I drop a new video.
"Stay away from my daughter if you value your life," he warned, his voice menacing. Mr. Donkor had been away from home for 14 long years. When he left for the United States, his elder daughter, Adoma, was just 10 years old, and his youngest, Ajoa, was only 7. He went abroad to make a better life for his family, and he worked very hard. After earning a lot of money, he decided it was time to return to Ghana. He wanted to start a profitable business, and most importantly, see his family again. The day Mr. Donkor arrived in Accra was filled with emotion. He stepped off the plane, his heart racing with excitement and nervousness. When he saw his wife and daughters waiting for him, tears filled his eyes. They'd grown so much. His wife looked as beautiful as ever, and his daughters were no longer little girls but young women. One morning, a few weeks after his return, Mr. Donkor walked past Adoma's room. The door was slightly open, and he could see her getting dressed. She was now 24, and her beauty stunned him. He stood in the doorway, unable to look away. "Adoma," he said softly, his voice trembling with emotion. Adoma turned around, surprised to see her father. "Daddy, you startled me," she said, a shy smile playing on her lips. Mr. Donkor stepped into the room, his eyes filled with admiration. "You have grown so beautiful, Adoma. I can't believe how much you've changed." Adoma blushed, looking down at her feet. "Thank you, Daddy. It feels strange to hear that from you." He moved closer, his heart pounding. "I missed so much of your life. I wish I had been here to see you grow up." Adoma looked up, her eyes meeting his. "We missed you too, Daddy, but now you're here, and that's what matters." As they stood there, a deep feeling stirred within Mr. Doncor. He was overwhelmed by his daughter's beauty and the time they had lost. He reached out, gently brushing a strand of hair from her face. "I want to make up for all those lost years, Adoma." She smiled, placing her hand over his. "We have time now, Daddy. We can create new memories together." Their bond grew stronger each day, but Mr. Doncor couldn't shake the feelings that had begun to grow in his heart. He found himself drawn to Adoma in a way that confused and troubled him. He loved her deeply, but it was not the kind of love a father should feel for his daughter. Every day Mr. Doncor would return home with a gift for Adoma. He brought her flowers, jewelry, and even books she loved. Adoma saw it as her father being generous and caring, and everyone in the house, including his wife, Julie, thought it was a sweet gesture. Nobody suspected the deeper feelings that Mr. Doncor harbored for his daughter. One evening, after a particularly busy day, Mr. Doncor arrived home with a beautiful bracelet for Adoma. He found her sitting on the porch, reading a book. "Adoma, I got something for you," he said, handing her the small velvet box. Adoma looked up, her eyes lighting up with surprise. "Daddy, you're spoiling me too much," she said, smiling as she opened the box. The bracelet was delicate and beautiful, sparkling in the fading sunlight. "It's lovely, thank you." He sat down next to her, watching her put on the bracelet. "Nothing is too much for you, Adoma. You deserve all the happiness in the world." She blushed, feeling a mix of happiness and confusion. "I don't know how to thank you, Daddy. You've been so kind to me." He reached out and gently touched her hand. "Just seeing you happy is thanks enough for me." As the days went by, their bond grew stronger. Mr. Doncor continued to shower Adoma with gifts, and she cherished each one. But beneath the surface, his feelings for her only grew more complicated. Sometimes Mr. Doncor would visit Adoma in her room unexpectedly. He would knock gently and enter, pretending to have a reason to be there, but in truth, he just wanted to be near her. Other times, when the house was quiet and no one else was around, he found himself standing outside her door, peering through the small gap, hoping to catch a glimpse of her dressing up. He knew it was wrong, but he couldn't control the pull he felt toward her. One afternoon, when the house was empty, Mr. Doncor stood outside Adoma's door, his heart racing. He could hear her moving around inside, and the sound of her laughter on the phone with a friend filled the air. He knew he should walk away, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Slowly, he pushed the door open a crack and peered inside. Adoma was standing in front of the mirror, trying on a new dress. She looked radiant, her smile lighting up the room. Mr. Doncor's breath caught in his throat. He watched her, unable to tear his eyes away. Suddenly, Adoma turned around and saw him. Her smile faded, replaced by a look of shock and confusion. "Daddy, what are you doing?" Mr. Doncor froze, guilt washing over him. I just wanted to see if you were okay," he stammered, his voice shaky. Adoma's eyes narrowed. "You were spying on me, weren't you?" He hung his head, unable to meet her gaze. "I'm sorry, Adoma. I don't know what's wrong with me." She crossed the room and shut the door firmly. "This has to stop, Daddy. You can't keep doing this." Adoma couldn't shake off the unease that had settled in her heart. She decided that she needed to talk to someone about what was happening. One evening, she found her mother, Julie, in the kitchen preparing dinner. "Mom, can we talk?" Adoma asked, her voice trembling. Julie looked up, concern etched on her face. "Of course, Adoma. What's wrong?" Adoma took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. It's about Daddy. He's been acting strangely and I'm worried. Sometimes he comes into my room unexpectedly, and other times I catch him peeking through my door when I'm getting dressed. It's making me uncomfortable. Her mother's expression shifted from concern to disbelief. Adoma, you shouldn't say such things about your father. He loves you and has missed you terribly. It's natural for him to be a bit overprotective after being away for so long. But Mum, it's more than that, Adoma insisted, her voice breaking. It doesn't feel right. It feels wrong, and it's scaring me. Oba Julie shook her head, her tone becoming more stern. Adoma, your father has been away for 14 years. He missed seeing you and your sister grow up. It's normal for him to want to be close to you now. You shouldn't suspect your own father of such terrible things. Tears welled up in Adoma's eyes. Mum, please, you have to believe me. I'm not making this up. I don't know what to do. Oba Julie placed her hands on Adoma's shoulders, looking her in the eyes. Listen to me, Adoma. Your father loves you. He would never do anything to hurt you. You need to stop these suspicions and trust him. He's your father, and he cares about you deeply. Adoma felt a pang of frustration and sadness. She wanted to believe her mother, but the discomfort she felt was real. She nodded slowly, wiping away her tears. Okay, Mom, I'll try. Despite her mother's reassurances, Adoma couldn't completely silence the doubts in her mind. She decided to keep a close eye on her father's behavior and set firmer boundaries to protect herself. Despite Adoma's continued efforts to report her concerns to her mother, Oba Julie remained dismissive. She didn't believe her daughter's claims and never even discussed them with her husband, Mr. Donkor. Oba Julie believed it was simply a matter of misunderstanding and adjustment after so many years apart. One day, Mr. Donkor had to attend a funeral in a village far from Accra. He asked Adoma to accompany him, hoping to spend some quality time with her. They spent several hours at the funeral, paying their respects and participating in the ceremonies. As the evening approached, they realized they couldn't make it back to Accra that night. We should find a place to stay, Mr. Donkor said, concern in his voice. It's too late to drive back safely. Adoma nodded, trusting her father. Okay, Daddy, let's find a hotel. They arrived at a small hotel in the village. Before they entered, Mr. Donkor turned to Adoma. Wait here in the car, dear. I'll check if they have any rooms available. Adoma waited patiently as Mr. Donkor went inside. He approached the receptionist and explained his plan. I'm here with a lady, he said, lowering his voice. When we come in, tell us that all the rooms are occupied except for one. We need to share a room. The receptionist, seeing the earnestness in Mr. Donkor's eyes, agreed. Understood, sir. Mr. Donkor returned to the car and led Adoma inside. As they approached the reception desk, the receptionist smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, sir, but all our rooms are occupied except for one. You'll have to share it. Adoma's heart sank. She felt a sense of dread, but tried to stay calm. It's okay, Daddy. We can manage for one night. They were shown to their room, a modest space with a single bed. Adoma sat on the edge of the bed, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Mr. Donkor tried to make her feel at ease. I'll sleep on the floor, Adoma. You take the bed. She nodded, feeling a bit relieved but still uneasy. As the night progressed, Adoma found it hard to sleep. The proximity to her father combined with her growing suspicions made her restless. Mr. Donkor lay on the floor, his mind filled with conflicting emotions. In the middle of the night, Adoma felt a movement beside her. She opened her eyes to see her father sitting up, watching her. Fear gripped her heart. "Daddy, what are you doing?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Mr. Donkor looked down, shame and regret evident in his eyes. "I can't stop these feelings, Adoma. I don't want to hurt you, but I don't know how to control myself." Adoma sat up, her fear giving way to determination. "This has to stop, Daddy. You need help, and we need to talk to someone about this. This isn't right." Mr. Donkor's voice was soothing and persuasive as he sat next to Adoma on the bed. The room was dimly lit, casting shadows that seemed to mirror the turmoil within Adoma's heart. "Adoma," he began softly, "you have to understand that things are different in the United States. It's common for a man to be with his daughter there. The government even approves of it." Adoma's eyes widened in shock. "Daddy, that can't be true. It sounds so wrong." Mr. Donkor leaned closer, his tone becoming more earnest. "It is true, Adoma. I've seen it myself. And if you agree to be with me, I will take care of you. I'll do so much for you. You'll have everything you could ever want." Confusion and fear gripped Adoma. She shook her head, trying to resist his words. "Daddy, you're my father. This isn't right. I don't want this." His expression softened, but his persistence remained. "Adoma, you have to trust me. I love you more than anything. Just give in, and I promise you'll be happy." Hours passed, filled with his relentless persuasion and her growing exhaustion. Adoma felt her resolve weakening under the weight of his manipulation. Despite her initial resistance, the pressure and confusion overwhelmed her. Eventually, exhausted and emotionally drained, Adoma nodded weakly, tears streaming down her face. "Okay, Daddy. I agree." Mr. Donkor smiled, though the victory was tainted by the deep wrongness of his actions. He moved closer, and Adoma felt her heart breaking. That night, Mr. Donkor slept with Adoma. The following morning she felt a mix of shame, embarrassment and confusion. She couldn't bring herself to look at her father as they drove back home in silence. Her mind was a whirlwind of emotions, and she felt utterly lost. When they arrived home, Adoma went straight to her room, avoiding her mother's concerned gaze. Oba Julie noticed her daughter's unusual behavior, but attributed it to the long journey and the emotional toll of the funeral. Adoma knew she couldn't tell her mother about what had happened. She felt certain that her mother wouldn't believe her, given her past dismissals. She felt trapped and isolated, with no one to turn to. The affair between Adoma and her father continued for months, and it began to change Adoma's behavior drastically. She started to fall in love with her father, a twisted bond that grew stronger with each secret meeting. Mr. Donkor would sneak into Adoma's room at night, and they would continue their affair, deepening the chasm of deceit and betrayal within their household. Adoma's attitude towards her mother, Oba Julie, deteriorated. She became disrespectful, often refusing to do any house chores. Her mother and younger sister, Ajor, were left to handle all the household responsibilities. Whenever Oba Julie tried to discipline her, Adoma would insult her. "Adoma, you need to help around the house," Oba Julie would say, frustration evident in her voice. Adoma would scoff and roll her eyes. "Why should I? You and Ajor can handle it. I'm busy." Oba Julie's patience was wearing thin. She tried to involve her husband, hoping he would discipline their daughter. Mr. Donkor, you need to talk to Adoma. She's being disrespectful and refusing to help around the house. But Mr. Donkor would remain silent, never reprimanding Adoma. His silence emboldened her, and she continued her disrespectful behavior, knowing she wouldn't face any consequences from her father. One evening, after another heated argument with Adoma, Oba Julie sat down with Ajor in the kitchen. She was at her wit's end, tears of frustration and helplessness streaming down her face. Ajor, I don't know what to do anymore. Your sister has changed so much, and your father refuses to do anything about it, she said, her voice breaking. Ajor, though young, was perceptive. She had noticed the odd behavior between her sister and father, and she felt a knot of fear and confusion tightening in her chest. Mum, something isn't right. Adoma and Daddy, they seem too close. It's not normal. Oba Julie looked at her youngest daughter, a sense of dread creeping over her. What do you mean, Ajor? Ajor hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her suspicions without sounding paranoid. I just feel like they're hiding something. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't feel right. Her mother insisted, Ajor, it's just family love. Your father and Adoma have always been close. A few months later, Adoma and her father traveled outside the country, spending several days in Dubai. During their trip, they continued their relationship, away from prying eyes. When they returned to Ghana, things seemed to return to their twisted version of normal. One day, Adoma went to a friend's birthday party and met a very handsome man named Nate. He was charming, confident, and successful, a stark contrast to her father. Nate approached Adoma, and they quickly hit it off. He took her contact information, and over the next few weeks they became close friends. Eventually, Nate proposed to Adoma, and she accepted with joy. She felt a new sense of happiness and freedom with Nate, something she had never experienced before. She decided it was time for him to meet her parents, hoping they would be happy for her. One evening, Adoma brought Nate home to meet Oba Julie and Mr. Donkor. She introduced him with pride. Mom, Dad, this is Nate. He's my boyfriend. Oba Julie's face lit up with happiness. It's wonderful to meet you, Nate. Welcome to our home. But Mr. Donkor's expression darkened. He forced a smile, but couldn't hide his displeasure. Nice to meet you, Nate. But Adoma, I think you're not ready for marriage. You have so many things to achieve before you consider such a step. Adoma looked at her father in disbelief. Dad, I'm old enough to make my own decisions. I love Nate, and I'm ready to start a new chapter in my life. Oba Julie nodded in agreement. Sweetheart, our daughter is mature and capable. If she believes she's ready, we should support her. Mr. Donkor's anger simmered just below the surface. He turned to Nate, his voice cold. I'm sorry, Nate, but Adoma has more to accomplish. She isn't ready for marriage yet. Nate, sensing the tension, remained respectful. Sir, I understand your concerns, but I genuinely care for Adoma and want to build a future with her. Mr. Donkor's patience snapped. Enough! Adoma is not getting married now. I think it's best if you leave. Nate stood, glancing at Adoma with concern. I'll leave, but please know my intentions are sincere. Adoma, I will wait for you outside. As Nate left the house, Adoma's frustration and anger boiled over. Dad, you can't control my life like this. I'm not a child anymore. Mr. Donkor's face twisted with anger and desperation. I am your father, and I know what's best for you. You are not marrying him." Adoma, filled with a newfound resolve, shook her head. "No, Dad, this isn't about what's best for me. This is about you trying to control me. I'm done with it." Obar Julie stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on Adoma's shoulder. "Adoma, go to Nate. We'll handle this." Adoma rushed out of the house, finding Nate waiting outside. She hugged him tightly, feeling a sense of relief and determination. "I'm sorry about my father. He's just difficult." Nate held her close. "It's okay, Adoma. We'll figure this out together." Inside the house, Obar Julie turned to her husband, her eyes filled with sadness and disappointment. "My dear, you need to let go. Adoma deserves to be happy, and you can't stand in the way of her future." Mr. Donkor knew that allowing Adoma to marry Nate would inevitably bring an end to their illicit relationship. This realization filled him with dread as he clung to the twisted bond he had formed with his daughter. Adoma, too, understood the real reason her father was so vehemently opposed to her marrying Nate. She realized that to move forward and build a future with Nate, she had to break free from her father's control. One night, as Mr. Donkor sneaked into Adoma's room, they lay in bed together, entangled in their forbidden relationship. The house was quiet, and they believed they were safe from discovery. However, Obar Julie awoke to find her husband missing from their bed. With a sinking feeling, she got up to search for him. She checked the bathroom, but it was empty. Driven by an uneasy suspicion, she headed toward Adoma's room. As she approached, she paused, listening intently. The sounds coming from inside confirmed her worst fears. Steeling herself, she pushed the door open. The scene before her was one of unimaginable betrayal. Mr. Donkor and Adoma, both naked and intertwined, were caught in the act. Obar Julie's heart shattered at the sight. "What is this? What is this?" Obar Julie's voice trembled with rage and anguish. "How could you do this?" Mr. Donkor jumped up, scrambling to cover himself. "Julie, I can explain." "Explain? There's no explanation for this." Obar Julie screamed, her voice breaking with pain. "You've both betrayed me in the worst way possible." Adoma, tears streaming down her face, wrapped herself in a sheet. "Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't know how to stop it." Obar Julie cried bitterly, her heart breaking at the sight of her daughter and husband in such a state. She knew the gravity of the situation, but felt trapped by the need to protect her marriage and the family's reputation. She decided to keep the devastating truth to herself, hoping against hope that the situation would somehow resolve. But Mr. Donkor and Adoma didn't stop. A few weeks later, their illicit relationship resumed, becoming even more apparent within the household. The tension and the silent suffering left Obar Julie in a constant state of despair, her tears a daily occurrence. She watched helplessly as her family disintegrated before her eyes, unable to find a way to stop the nightmare. One evening, as the reality of her helplessness became too much to bear, Obar Julie made a heart-wrenching decision. She couldn't control the situation, and her continued presence only added to her anguish. She packed her bags and decided to leave for her family home, hoping that distance might bring some clarity, or at least some peace. Before leaving, she confronted her husband one last time, her voice trembling with pain. "Dear, I can't stay here and watch this. You've destroyed our family, and I can't live like this anymore. I'm leaving, and I hope one day you'll realize the gravity of what you've done." Mr. Donkor, though filled with guilt, remained silent, unable to meet her gaze. He knew she was right, but felt powerless to change the course they were on. Turning to Adoma, Oba Julie's eyes were filled with sorrow. Adoma, I love you. I hope you find the strength to see the truth and break free from this. I'll always be here for you if you need me. Adoma, her face streaked with tears, could only nod, feeling the weight of her mother's words. Her mother later returned home with a few trusted elders to confront Mr. Donkor about his affair with Adoma. They spoke sternly about the abominable nature of his actions, calling it incest and highlighting the deep betrayal it represented. Nana Kwame, the most respected elder, addressed Mr. Donkor with a grave tone. Kofi, what you have done is a great sin. It is incest, and it defiles the sacred bond between a father and daughter. You must understand the gravity of your actions. Mr. Donkor, filled with shame, bowed his head. I am truly sorry. I have lost my way. Please forgive me. The elders, understanding the importance of tradition and purification, organized a ceremony for both Adoma and Mr. Donkor. It was a solemn event meant to cleanse their spirits and seek forgiveness from the community and their ancestors. A few weeks later, Adoma returned home with a new boyfriend, Desmond. He was kind, caring, and genuinely interested in building a future with her. However, Mr. Donkor had not fully given up on his twisted feelings for his daughter. The sight of Adoma with Desmond tore at his heart, filling him with jealousy and despair. When Adoma and Desmond entered the house, Mr. Donkor excused himself quietly and retreated to his room, locking the door behind him. The weight of his unresolved emotions hung heavily in the air, an albatross around his neck. He felt as though he was losing Adoma to another man, and it was more than he could bear. Oba Julie, witnessing her husband's turmoil, understood the depth of his feelings. She knew that Mr. Donkor saw Desmond as a rival, someone who was taking his place in Adoma's heart. She also knew that they needed to address this issue head-on to prevent further damage to their family. Adoma had reached her breaking point with her father's relentless advances and manipulations. One day she approached her mother with a desperate plea. "Mum, we need to go to the police and report Dad. This has to stop," Adoma said, her voice filled with urgency and frustration. Oba Julie looked at her daughter with a mixture of sorrow and fear. "Adoma, reporting your father will lead to his arrest, and if he goes to jail, who will take care of the house? We need to think carefully about this. But, Mom, I can't live like this anymore." Adoma insisted. "We need to do something." Oba Julie sighed heavily, understanding her daughter's pain, but feeling trapped by the situation. "Let me think about it, Adoma. We need a plan." Meanwhile, Desmond, unaware of the full extent of the situation, decided to visit Adoma one evening. As he arrived at the house, he encountered Mr. Donkor at the gate. Desmond smiled politely and asked, "Good evening, sir. May I see Adoma?" Mr. Donkor's face darkened with anger. "Stay away from my daughter if you value your life," he warned, his voice menacing. Desmond was taken aback by the threat, but chose to apologize and leave. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to cause any trouble." He then walked away, deeply concerned. Later that evening, Desmond called Adoma to explain what had happened. "Adoma, your father threatened me today. He told me to stay away from you if I value my life. What's going on?" Adoma felt a wave of panic, but tried to keep her voice steady. "Desmond, my father can be very protective and irrational sometimes. He will calm down eventually. Please don't worry too much about it." Desmond sensed there was more to the story, but decided not to press her further. "Okay, Adoma, but if you ever need help, you know I'm here for you." Adoma thanked him, her heart heavy with the weight of her secrets. She knew she couldn't continue living under her father's control and needed to find a way out. That night, she made a decision. The following day, Adoma sat down with her mother again. "Mom, we need to take action. If we don't, this will never end. We have to think of a way to protect ourselves and the family." Oba Julie nodded, seeing the determination in her daughter's eyes. "You're right, Adoma. We need to do something. Let's talk to someone who can help us without immediately involving the police." Adoma, in an effort to protect herself, had taken to locking her door at night. Despite her father's persistent knocking and pleas to visit her, she resolutely refused to open the door. Mr. Donkor, heartbroken and desperate, was determined to maintain control over his daughter. He quickly realized that Adoma's newfound resistance was due to her relationship with Desmond. One fateful night, as Mr. Donkor was sneaking towards Adoma's room, he noticed Desmond quietly entering Adoma's room. Overcome with jealousy and anger, Mr. Donkor devised a dangerous plan. He slipped outside and began shouting for help, claiming that a thief had entered his house. In Ghana, the cry of thief often sparks immediate and intense reactions. People, driven by a sense of justice, would quickly gather with weapons in hand, ready to administer what is known as instant justice. "Thief! Thief! Someone help! There's a thief in my house!" Mr. Donkor's voice echoed through the quiet night, stirring the neighborhood into action. Within moments, neighbors armed with stones, cutlasses, and other makeshift weapons began to converge on Mr. Donkor's house. The neighbors had surrounded the entire house, hiding in the shadows and holding their weapons. Desmond and Adoma, unaware of the danger outside, continued their affair inside. When Desmond eventually opened the door to leave, he had no idea what awaited him. As he climbed the fence wall and jumped down, his movements appeared suspicious to the waiting crowd. They immediately pounced on him, assuming he was a thief or armed robber. The mob descended on him, beating him mercilessly, giving him no chance to explain himself. Some of the onlookers recorded the brutal scene on their phones. Hearing the commotion, Adoma and Oba Julie rushed outside to see what was happening. As they approached the chaotic scene, Adoma recognized Desmond amidst the frenzied crowd. "Desmond!" she screamed, pushing through the throng. "Leave him! Leave him alone!" Her cries fell on deaf ears. The crowd was consumed by the fury of mob justice, and they continued their assault. Desmond's pleas for mercy were drowned out by the shouts and blows raining down on him. In her desperation, Adoma tried to reach him, but the sight of his battered body was too much. She collapsed, overwhelmed by trauma and shock. Oba Julie, distraught and frantic, managed to drag Adoma away from the scene and rushed her to the hospital. The neighbors, fearful of the consequences of their actions, hesitated to help Desmond or take him to the police station. Instead, they left him lying there in a pool of blood, the life slowly ebbing from his body. With a heavy heart, Oba Julie called the police. When they arrived, it was too late for Desmond. He was pronounced dead at the scene. The news of Desmond's death and the circumstances surrounding it spread quickly, shocking the community. The police launched an investigation, determined to bring those responsible for his death to justice. Mr. Donkor, realizing the severity of what had happened, was racked with guilt and fear. At the hospital, Adoma remained unconscious, her body and mind reeling from the trauma. Oba Julie stayed by her side, her heart breaking for her daughter and the senseless loss of Desmond. In the days that followed, the community was filled with grief and remorse. The mob violence had claimed an innocent life, and the realization of their actions weighed heavily on everyone involved. The police made several arrests, charging those who had participated in the beating with murder and assault. When Adoma regained consciousness at the hospital, the doctor had serious news for her. "Adoma, you are over a month pregnant," he said gently, knowing the impact this revelation would have. The police, who were present to take her statement, listened intently as Adoma explained everything. She told them that Desmond was her boyfriend, and that her father, Mr. Donkor, was aware of their relationship and was behind Desmond's death. She also bravely recounted her father's long-standing abuse and the affair he had forced upon her. "I tried to end things with my father by dating Desmond," Adoma explained, tears streaming down her face, "but it resulted in Desmond's death." She also bravely recounted her father's long-standing abuse and the affair he had forced upon her. "I tried to end things with my father by dating Desmond," Adoma explained, tears streaming down her face, "but it resulted in Desmond's death. My father couldn't bear the thought of losing control over me." The police took her statement seriously and arrested Mr. Donkor. However, he denied all allegations, claiming that he had nothing to do with Desmond's death. He was remanded in custody while the police conducted a thorough investigation. During her statement, Adoma also mentioned her pregnancy. "I met Desmond only a few weeks ago, and we had sex once. Given the timing, I believe the pregnancy belongs to my father," she said, her voice trembling. The police were shocked by the details of her story, but vowed to uncover the truth. They conducted interviews with neighbors, reviewed the videos taken during the mob attack, and gathered evidence to build their case. As the investigation progressed, the police found inconsistencies in Mr. Donkor's statements and gathered testimonies that corroborated Adoma's account of the events leading up to Desmond's death. The evidence pointed to Mr. Donkor's involvement in inciting the mob and his abusive relationship with Adoma. DNA tests were conducted to determine the paternity of Adoma's pregnancy. The results confirmed what Adoma had feared. Mr. Donkor was the father of her unborn child. This evidence strengthened the case against him, and he was charged with multiple crimes, including sexual abuse, incest, and his role in Desmond's death. Mr. Donkor was sentenced to 50 years in prison for his heinous actions. The weight of his crimes was met with justice, but the repercussions for his family were profound. Adoma, after extensive counseling and support from professionals, was advised to abort the pregnancy. The long-term effects of carrying the child of her abuser were deemed too significant for her mental and emotional well-being, and ultimately, she made the difficult decision to terminate the pregnancy. Oba Julie was left with a deep sense of regret. She realized that if she had acted earlier, when her daughter first started noticing her father's behavior, things might have been different. Her initial attempts to protect her husband and maintain the family's reputation had instead led to greater tragedy. She wished she had listened to Adoma and taken her concerns seriously from the beginning. Many women like Oba Julie face similar issues in their marriages, but choose to remain silent to protect their marriages. This silence can lead to devastating consequences, including the loss of loved ones and the destruction of family reputations. Men who cannot control their sexual desires often ruin not only their own lives, but also the lives of those around them, ending up in jail and leaving their families shattered. Adoma's story also highlighted the dangers of mob justice. When Mr. Donkor falsely shouted that a thief had entered his house, it led to the brutal and senseless death of Desmond. This tragic event served as a stark reminder that taking the law into one's own hands can have dire consequences. Innocent lives can be lost, and those who participate in mob justice can find themselves imprisoned for wrongful killings. The community learned valuable lessons from these events. They realized the importance of not jumping to conclusions and of ensuring that justice is served through the proper legal channels. The tragic loss of Desmond underscored the need for forgiveness, restraint, and the importance of allowing the law to handle such situations. Adoma's journey also emphasized the importance of controlling sexual desires and the role of mothers in listening to and protecting their children. When children report something troubling, it is crucial for parents to take their concerns seriously and investigate further. Covering up what is wrong to protect a marriage or family reputation can lead to greater harm in the long run, as nothing remains hidden forever. This is the end of this real story. Over 98% of people who watch our videos don't subscribe. Please show us some love by subscribing.
This is Odele. Odele was a very rich man who sold cars. He had a big shop and lots of money. But Odele had a secret. He was in love with a woman named Iru. Iru lived in a small village called Nja. She had a little shop where she sold food. Iru was simple, kind, and worked hard. Odele loved these things about her. For 7 years, Odele and Iru kept their love a secret. Odele would visit Iru in her village and they would spend time together, away from the busy city. Odele loved Iru very much and wanted to marry her. Odele's friends didn't know about Iru. They would joke with him, asking about his secret girlfriend. One day, Odele's friends asked him to bring Iru so they could meet her. They wanted to see the woman he loved. Odele was a bit nervous, but he agreed. He promised to take them to Nja village the next day. The next morning, Odele and his friends went to Nja village. Odele was excited but also worried about what his friends would think of Iru. When they got to Iru's house, Odele's friends were surprised. The house was small and made of mud. It was very simple. Iru welcomed them with a big smile, but she was wearing her usual village clothes, which looked plain compared to what Odele's friends were used to. Odele's friends didn't feel comfortable. The house and Iru's simple appearance were not what they expected. They didn't want to sit down because they didn't like the wooden benches. They quickly told Odele they wanted to leave. Feeling embarrassed, Odele made an excuse and left with his friends. As they drove back to the city, Odele felt sad. He loved Iru, but his friends didn't like her. Now, Odele wasn't sure what to do. He wanted to marry Iru, but his friends' opinions made him doubt if he should. After visiting Iru in her village, Odele's friends began to pressure him. They told Odele not to marry Iru, saying she was not in his class and never would be. They couldn't believe that with all the money and success Odele had, he would want to marry a simple village girl. They told him that if he married Iru, he wouldn't be able to take her to important events because she would look more like a maid or a cook than his wife. Odele loved Iru deeply, and it was hard for him to listen to his friends. Despite what they said, Odele and Iru continued to love each other and planned their wedding. One day, Odele invited Iru to stay at his house for a week so they could plan their marriage more carefully. During her stay, Iru cleaned the entire house every day, washed Odele's clothes, ironed them, and went to the market to buy food. She cooked delicious meals for Odele and made sure the freezer was always stocked with food so that he would never go hungry. However, Iru still dressed like an old woman from the village because she wasn't used to city life. One day, Odele's friends came to visit him and saw Iru in her village clothes. They were furious and left the house in anger. They told Odele that they would never visit him again as long as Iru was there. They even cut off their friendship with Odele because they felt Iru was a disgrace to their status and class. That night, Odele started thinking about everything his friends had said about Iru. He thought about it all night and continued to worry the next day. For 2 days, Odele couldn't stop thinking about how to break up with Iru and how he would tell her that he didn't want to marry her anymore. Finally, Odele called Iru and asked her to sit down. He told her that he loved her very much and had truly wanted to make her his wife, but he said that she wasn't in the same class as him and that his friends had left him because of her. Odele told Iru that their wedding was cancelled because he now wanted to marry a high-class woman who would match his status, and so his friends would come back to him. Iru was devastated. She cried her heart out and begged Odele not to leave her. She told him that she had rejected many suitors because he had promised to marry her. But when Iru saw that Odele had made up his mind, she packed her things and left his house, heartbroken and devastated, never to return. When Iru returned to her village, Nja, she was heartbroken. She cried for months and was so sad that she fell ill. Despite her pain, Iru slowly began to heal. Then something wonderful happened. A wealthy man from abroad came to Nja and asked to marry Iru. He loved her deeply and arranged a grand wedding. After their marriage, he took Iru to the United States of America. There, Iru was very happy with her new husband and enjoying her new life. Back in the city, Odele met a classy woman named Mma. Mma worked in a big company, had her own money, cars, and a beautiful house. Odele was impressed by her style and success. His friends agreed that Mma was a great choice for him. They told Odele that he had finally made a good decision. Odele and Mma got married in a grand ceremony, and Odele's friends celebrated the wedding with enthusiasm. After the wedding, Odele and Mma started their life together. However, Odele quickly realized that Mma didn't understand her role as a wife. She didn't have time for their marriage or their home. Mma hired a cook to prepare their meals, a maid to wash their clothes, and another person to clean the house. Mma didn't help with any of these tasks. Odele was disappointed and began to regret leaving Iru. Mma often spoke harshly to Odele whenever he tried to talk to her about their marriage. She would leave for work early in the morning and come back late at night. After months of their marriage, Mma got pregnant for Odele. Even though Mma was pregnant with their first child, she continued to rely on her helpers for everything. She was so lazy that she didn't know how to boil water. The only things left for her helpers to do were bathe her and clean her after she used the bathroom. Odele started to think a lot about Mma's behavior. He missed the qualities he loved in Iru and felt that something was missing in his new life. After 9 months of pregnancy, Mma gave birth to a healthy baby girl named Uju. Odele was very happy to welcome his daughter into their home, and Mma was also thrilled with this precious gift from God. But as soon as Uju was born, Mma couldn't wait to go back to work. 1 month after giving birth, Mma left Uju in the care of the house helpers and Odele while she went back to work. Mma worked long hours, leaving early in the morning and coming home late at night. Because Mma was hardly ever home, Uju missed out on the love and care of her mother. The house helpers took care of her, and Odele, who was very busy with his business, had little time for her. When Uju was 1 year old, Odele started sending her to school. The house helper would take Uju to school and pick her up each day. As Uju grew older, by the time she was 10 years old, Odele decided to make a change. He hired a driver named Ndo to take Uju to school and bring her back each day. This way, the house helper could focus on other tasks. Ndu began his new job, making sure Uju was safely taken to and from school every day. Ndu, notice how indifferent Mma and Odele were towards Uju. One day, while driving Uju to school, Ndu stopped at a quiet spot. He told Uju that he wanted to teach her something her parents had kept from her, something that would make her happy. He warned her not to tell anyone, threatening that if she did, he would harm her and her parents wouldn't care. Fearfully of Ndu's threat, Uju agreed to keep the secret. Ndu then took advantage of Uju inappropriately, touching and kissing her. Afterwards, he dropped Uju off at school. Her teacher scolded her for being late, but with her parents too indifferent to notice or care, there was no one to turn to for help. Uju was left feeling deeply hurt and alone, struggling with the betrayal and abuse from someone she should have been able to trust. Uju was deeply troubled by the unwanted touches and kisses from Ndu, but she had no one to confide in. The next day, Ndu took her to the same secluded spot and told her he would teach her something new that day. He claimed it would be painful but would help her become a big girl. Uju, still frightened, reluctantly agreed. Ndu warned her not to tell anyone about what was going to happen. Ndu fingered Uju with her fingers, causing Uju to bleed from her private parts. He told her this would prepare her for what he planned to teach her next. Uju was in pain and cried as Ndu cleaned her up with a handkerchief and gave her pain relief medication. She fell asleep in the car and was dropped off at home, where her parents continued to neglect her. Each morning, Uju found that her parents were already gone by the time she woke up. The mates would prepare her for school and hand her over to Ndu. The next day, Ndu took Uju to the same spot again and told her that what he was to teach her now would be very painful but would make her a full-grown big girl. Uju, recalling the pain from the previous day, began to cry. Ndu then forced his manhood into her, causing severe bleeding from her private parts. Uju cried out in agony, and after the assault, she fainted. Ndu was panicked, but eventually managed to help her. They stayed in the car for hours until Uju regained consciousness. Still suffering from pain, Ndu gave her more pain relief medication. It was already dismissal time, so he took Uju home. The next morning, the house help noticed blood stains on Uju's clothes and bedspread. She quickly alerted Odele and Mma as they were preparing to leave. Panicked, Odele and Mma rushed Uju to the hospital, where the doctor confirmed that their 10-year-old daughter had been sexually abused. Her private parts were badly injured and sperm was found inside her. Odele and Mma were devastated. They cried uncontrollably, overwhelmed with grief and regret for not being more attentive to their daughter's well-being. After learning what had happened to their daughter, Odele and Mma rushed to Uju's side at the hospital. They asked her what had happened to her, but Uju, still scared, told them that if she spoke, she would die. Her parents, now desperate, begged her to tell them, promising that they would protect her and that nothing bad would happen to her. After much pleading, Uju finally revealed that it was Ndu, their driver, who had hurt her. She told them that Ndu had said he would teach her something that would make her a big girl, but warned her that if she told anyone, she would die. Uju explained that Ndu would force something big into her private parts and that it hurt her so much that she cried every time. She also told them that sometimes they would stay in the car until school was over and then he would take her home. Odele and Mma were overwhelmed with shock and guilt. They fainted upon hearing the truth. When they recovered, Uju told them that they had never cared about her, only about their careers, and that she would never forgive them. Immediately, Odele called Ndu, pretending everything was normal, and asked him to come to the hospital to pick up Uju. Ndu, excited about the thought of abusing Uju again, drove quickly to the hospital, but as soon as he arrived, police officers whom Odele had secretly contacted handcuffed him and took him to the station. Ndu was charged with child abuse and rape and after a trial, he was sentenced to life in prison. During Uju's stay in the hospital, the doctor, troubled by what he had heard, secretly contacted a human rights organization. When they came to see Uju, they told Odele and Emma that they were a disgrace to parenthood and didn't deserve to be called parents. The organization decided to take Uju away from them to provide her with the care, love, and attention she needed. Odele and Emma went home in tears, filled with regret for their neglect. Emma quit her job, realizing she needed to focus on her family, but Odele was not ready to forgive her. He told Emma to leave the house and stay away for 2 years to learn how to manage a home. If she showed that she had changed, he would consider letting her return. Meanwhile, Uju was happy with the human rights activists, living a life full of love and care that she had never known before. Odele, alone in his house, lived with deep regret, thinking of how he had chosen Mama for her classiness, only to lose the most important thing in his life. Moral lesson: neglecting the emotional and physical well-being of children can lead to devastating consequences. Parents must prioritize the safety, care, and love of their children above all else. Ignoring a child's needs can lead to irreversible harm, and it is crucial to be actively involved in their lives. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed our video, please subscribe to the channel for more tales like this. This story touches on serious themes of abuse and resilience. If you or someone you know is in a similar situation of being molested or abused in any form, please, it is important to speak up and seek help from trustworthy people, professionals, trusted authorities, or support services before it damages your life. Once upon a time, in African community, there lived a wealthy pastor known as Pastor John and his wife, Mommy G.O. They had 4 grown-up children who lived abroad. They oversee a vast ministry with numerous congregations under their independent leadership. Mommy G.O.'s older sister, who was struggling to cater for her 5 children since her husband passed away, asked and begged Mommy G.O. to take one of her children to live with them and be taken care of. Mommy G.O. was very happy because she needed help with housework since her own children were studying abroad. She agreed to take her sister's first daughter, Adaku, who was 14 years old, and promised her sister to send her money to help the rest of her family. Adaku and her family were grateful for this opportunity. Adaku moved in with Mommy G.O. and her husband, the pastor. She was a hard worker, cleaning the house before her aunt and uncle would wake up. She had her own big room and a phone to call to her family. Her aunt put her in a nearby private school and sent money to her family. Adaku and her family were very happy and grateful. But Adaku's distress began when her aunt traveled out of town for a Christian women conference. Her uncle, Pastor John, came into her room at night, only tying a towel around his waist. Adaku was shocked and afraid, but his smile was kind as he complimented her looks and curiously asked about her boyfriend. But Adaku reminded him that she was just 14 years and told him that she wanted to stay pure for marriage. He told her how much of fun she was missing and how he would handle her gently if she can allow him touch her. But Adaku insisted that she was not interested, as her mother had told her that the pride of a woman is when her husband meets her as a virgin,
and she had vowed to keep her virginity till wedding night. But Pastor John didn't listen. He forcefully had his way with her. She cried all night, but it didn't stop him. Instead, he repeatedly raped her every other night. Adaku was distressed and scared of her life. When Mommy G.O. came back, she noticed Adaku was sad and not taking care of herself. She asked her what was the problem, but Adaku was afraid to tell her because Pastor John had threatened her not to dare tell his wife if she doesn't want to die. But after so much persuasion from Mommy G.O., she eventually told her what had repeatedly happened to her. Mommy G.O. immediately shut her up. She didn't believe her and thought Adaku was lying. She even punished Adaku and took her to the church for a deliverance session. And soon, the story of how she was defaming the head pastor spread throughout the church, and they all believed that Adaku was the bad one. She cried at the accusation, while Pastor John still continued his escapades, even with his wife in the house. Adaku soon became pale and vomited a lot. Her aunt took her to a hospital. A test was carried out, and the results came out positive to pregnancy. Mommy G.O. was not surprised. Instead, she got her drugs from a pharmacy store on their way back and took away her phone and told her she would have to stop school. On getting home, she forced her to swallow the drugs, assuring Adaku that she would be fine after she had rested. And soon she fell asleep, but she was awoken by a sharp pain in her stomach, only to find herself in a pool of blood. Afraid, she called out to her aunt, who ran into her room with shocking expression. She calmed her down and asked her to go to the bedroom and clean up herself and wear a sanitary pad. She did that, but the pain persisted. Mommy G.O. gave her more medicine for the pain and assured her that she would be fine by morning. The following morning, Adaku was still bleeding and still felt the pain slightly, but she had to resume her normal morning duties. She cleaned up the entire house, and her aunt offered her pepper soup to help with the pain. She was thankful and enjoyed her plate of pepper soup. For 1 month, Pastor John didn't come to her room, and Adaku thought her troubles were over. She recovered and wanted to go back to school, but her aunt told her to wait until the next term. Adaku didn't understand what had happened to her, and her aunt wouldn't explain. Soon, Pastor John resumed his shameless visit to her room to rape her. At some point, she stopped fighting and hoped to escape from her woes someday. She went back to school the next term, and a teacher known as Auntie Alice noticed her absence and asked her about it. But Adaku simply told her that she was sick. After some months, she started having the same symptoms she had before. She informed her aunt, and Mommy G.O. simply tested her with a pregnancy test strip. And lo and behold, she confirmed her pregnant again. Mommy G.O. immediately gave her the same abortion pill as before. The bleeding and pain resumed just as the previous time. She also stopped her from going to school for 2 months to recover. Adaku became curious about her illness, wondering what kind of sickness would cause more pain and bleeding than her monthly period. She asked her aunt to call her mother. Maybe she can get a traditional medicine, since the drugs Mommy G.O. had been giving her does not stop it permanently. But Mommy G.O. told her that she doesn't want to worry her mother and that she would take care of her. At school, Adako became quiet and withdrawn, which caught Auntie Alice's attention, and she asked Adako after her class what had been troubling her. This time, Adako gathered some courage and told Auntie Alice about her illness and about being to hospital and still no cure. Auntie Alice asked her for the hospital lab results, but Adako did not have it. She asked her to look for it at home and bring it to her. The next day, while Adako was doing her laundry, she found a paper with her name and results in Pastor John's clothes. She took the results to the school the next day and showed it to Auntie Alice, who immediately realized what was happening. She asked her who her boyfriend was, and Adako said she doesn't have. Auntie Alice assured her that she would keep her secret if she opens up to her on who have been sleeping with her. But the fear of her experience at the church took the better part of her. Auntie Alice asked her about her parents and if they knew about her sickness, and Adako told her that her aunt told her not to worry them. All this while, Adako only communicated with her family through her aunt's phone. In her presence, Mommy G.O. made sure she told her what to say to her family, else she would stop sending money to them. At that point, Auntie Alice already knew it was Mommy G.O.'s household conspiracy. She then told Adako that she knew of a woman that could heal her permanently, that in the next 2 weeks she would take her to the place. Auntie Alice then called and spoke to her own mother, narrating Adako's situation and her plans to take her away from the evil couple. Her mother agreed. 2 weeks later, which was the last day of the school term and which was results collection day, Adako followed Auntie Alice to her village on her school uniform. On getting to Auntie Alice's place, Auntie Alice left Adako with her mother, who took Adako to the hospital. After examining her, the doctor found evidence of sexual abuse and poorly done abortions. Adako denied having abortions, but Auntie Alice's mother told the doctor the story that Alice had told her. And then the doctor called in a psychologist who started several processes to get Adako to speak up. Adako later opened up to them, and the doctor, Alice's mother, and the psychologist were so shocked by how evil a pastor and his wife could be to a little girl like Adako. They all condemned Pastor John and his wife. After Adako had spoken up, she began to feel better and to heal from her experiences. Meanwhile, Mommy G.O. was searching for her, but Pastor John only assured her that she would come home, that maybe she didn't do well in her results and was scared of coming home. But after some days without seeing her, they notified the police. But Adako was safe in the teacher's village, getting better and even continuing her education in the village community college with the help of Auntie Alice and her mother. Adako excelled in her new school, which was always her records. She won a scholarship for her academic achievements and was admitted to the university to study medicine after her senior secondary certification exams. Mommy G.O. could no longer cover that Adaku was missing to her mother. She opened up to her. Her family cried, and after 3 years without hearing or seeing Adaku, they were convinced that Adaku was dead, and they mourned her loss. But before Adaku went to start her university studies of medicine, she pleaded with Auntie Alice, who was already married, to accompany her to her village to see her family, as she was missing them a lot. On reaching to her family house, everyone ran away, thinking she was a ghost. After calming them down, she narrated her ordeal in her aunt's house and how the lady with her saved her life. She also told them about her admission and scholarship. Her mother cried on how evil her own sister could be to her child. But she was overjoyed to learn of how successful Adaku had become and the help she received from her teacher. She thanked Auntie Alice and showered abundant blessings upon her and her mother through prayers. They called together some neighbors, and a small party was held in her return from the dead. Adaku's mother later called her sister Mommy G.O. and condemned her of her actions and that of her husband towards her daughter, telling her that karma would surely befall them. Adaku went on to graduate top of her class in the university. She went further to do her master's degree programs and became a neurosurgeon. She got a job at a renowned government hospital as the only neurosurgeon. She conducted a series of successful surgeries that her name resounds in the air each time discussion about the best doctors came up. She helped her family move to a better place and supported her siblings' education. One hot afternoon, on her off-duty day, she got an emergency call from the hospital. She rushed down to the hospital, only to behold Mommy G.O., who knelt before her, begging her to save her husband's life. She made a move to turn back, but Mommy G.O. held her legs in tears. Other doctors and nurses were all confused as to what was happening, but Mommy G.O. beckoned on them to beg Dr. Adaku, as her husband and her had terribly wronged her. Seeing how terrible Mommy G.O. was crying, they all begged Dr. Adaku to save the man's life first, as that was more important. But she told them that Pastor John doesn't deserve to live, that she doesn't mind losing her license as a doctor because of that. She left them and went to her office. Auntie Alice, whom she introduced to her colleagues as her foster mom, was called in, and after talking to her of the importance of overlooking flaws and saving life, Dr. Adaku agreed to operate on Pastor John, who was almost falling into coma. When Dr. Adaku was inside the theater operating on Pastor John, Mommy G.O. revealed the dark truth to the ears of everyone around about her husband's escapades and how he had always been a rapist and a violent man, and her own complicity in covering him up to retain her family reputation and the church that they oversees. She admitted to using money to silence past victims and forcing Adaku to undergo abortions. She also confessed that the consequences of these actions had caught up with her family, as Pastor John was caught abusing another child, which made the congregation to almost kill him, and that their son was jailed abroad for a similar crime of forcing himself on a 5-year-old daughter of his neighbor. She blamed herself for being a bad mother and an evil woman. After Adako performed the surgery on Pastor John, she informed Mommy G.O. that he will survive but will be confined to a wheelchair. Despite the pain he caused, Adako chose to save his life, demonstrating a powerful act of forgiveness. The medical staff recognized her compassion, offering support and admiration for her decision. The story concludes with a message about the impact of choices and the possibility of redemption through acts of kindness and courage. It's a reminder of the importance of doing what is right, even in the face of difficult circumstances. Other moral lessons in this story highlight the damaging effects of silence and complicity, as was seen in Pastor John and his son. This lesson underscores the certainty of justice, reminding us that our actions invariably leave enduring effects on both ourselves and those around us. Please click on the subscribe button to support us. Turn on the notification bell to be notified when I upload a new story. Like, share and comment your thoughts.
Those moments, the trust Tinu had placed in Uncle Dele, the respect she had for him as a guardian and a mentor, shattered. Frozen in shock and disbelief, Tinu couldn't comprehend how the man who had been her savior turned into the source of her deepest pain. Once upon a time, in a small village wrapped in the arms of nature, there lived a family so full of love and happiness they seemed to carry sunshine wherever they went. Taddy was the head of the family, strong and kind, who worked his farm like he was painting a masterpiece with crops. His wife Zara, a beauty in her own right, was known across the village, not just for her looks, but for her gentle spirit and wise words. Together, they were blessed with a daughter, Tinu, a mirror to both her parents' best traits. The house was always bubbling with giggles and stories, and Tinu grew up soaked in love. She was as bright as the morning sun, always eager to learn and quick to lend a hand. But life has a way of throwing surprises, and not all of them are pleasant. One night, after a long day of work, as Tade came back home, tired to his bones, disaster struck. A fire, fierce and unforgiving, swept through their home. It took everything in its path, leaving behind nothing but ashes. Tade and Zara couldn't make it, but somehow Tinu did. In their last moments, her parents protected her, ensuring she was saved from the flames. Suddenly, Tinu found herself alone. The world she knew turned to dust. The village came together, mourning and whispering soft prayers, trying to wrap Tinu in a blanket of comfort as best as they could. As the dust settled and the sun rose on a new day, Tinu's life took a new turn. She moved in with her Aunt Ashabi in a neighboring village, stepping into a new chapter filled with unknowns. This was the start of a different journey for Tinu, from a place filled with love to stepping into tomorrow with her heart heavy yet hopeful. Her story was just beginning, like a river cutting through new lands, ready to face whatever came with the strength her parents had given her. In a village not too far away, Tinu started her new life with Aunt Ashabi. Aunt Ashabi's house was different, but there was hope in the air that maybe, just maybe, things could be a little bit like before. Aunt Ashabi didn't have kids of her own, and she thought that having Tinu around might make the gods smile down on her and bless her with a child. So in the beginning, Ashabi treated Tinu like she was something precious. She made sure Tinu had nice clothes to wear and yummy food to eat. She even told Tinu to take it easy and not worry about house chores. She wanted to do everything by herself to make Tinu feel at home. But as the days turned to weeks, things started to change. It all began one afternoon when Ashabi's friends came over for a visit. They couldn't stop talking about how beautiful Tinu was growing up to be, and they whispered things to Ashabi that planted seeds of worry in her heart. They said, "If you keep spoiling that girl, she might end up taking your husband away from you one day." Those words stuck in Ashabi's mind like thorns, and slowly she began to see Tinu in a different light. Jealousy and fear took root in Ashabi's heart, making her act coldly towards Tinu. She started to give Tinu the hardest chores around the house, tasks that were too tough for a girl her age. And then, one really hot afternoon, Ashabi did something that shocked everyone. She sent Tinu to fetch water from the stream at a time when it was forbidden. In their village, there was a rule that girls shouldn't go to the stream in the afternoon because of old tales that said the river spirit could be wandering around looking for company. Tinu knew this well, and she begged Ashabi, tears in her eyes, reminding her of the dangers and the scorching sun. But Ashabi wouldn't listen. She was firm, even threatening to punish Tinu if she didn't go. So, with a heavy heart and a pot in her hands, Tinu set off to the stream, crying all the way there. But fate had a twist waiting for her. On her path, she met an old woman who seemed to have been waiting just for her. The old woman saw Tinu's tears and asked her to share her troubles. Tinu poured out her heart, telling the old woman about her aunt and the forbidden trip to the stream. Moved by Tinu's story, the old woman decided to help. She gave Tinu the water she had fetched for herself, sparing Tinu from having to break the village rule and face the river spirit. From that day on, whenever Aunt Ashabi wasn't around, Tinu would sneak off to see the old woman. The old woman's hut became a place of escape for Tinu. There, she found kindness and stories that made her forget her sorrows, even if just for a little while. The old woman treated Tinu like the granddaughter she never had, and in the warmth of her company, Tinu found a glimmer of the happiness she thought she had lost forever. After that first meeting by the path, Tinu and the old woman formed a bond that was as unexpected as it was strong. This old woman, with wrinkles that told tales of many years and eyes that sparkled with kindness, became a beacon of hope for Tinu in her world of shadows. Every chance she got, Tinu would slip away to visit the old woman, who lived in a small, cozy hut that seemed to be hugged by the trees around it. The old woman had a name that danced on the breeze, but to Tinu, she was simply Grandma. Grandma's hut was a magical place for Tinu, filled with the scent of herbs and the warmth of a crackling fire. There, Grandma would share stories of the old days, tales of heroes and heroines, of creatures that spoke and mountains that moved. Tinu listened, wide-eyed, as each story unfolded, a tapestry of words that painted pictures more vivid than any she had seen. But Grandma did more than just tell stories. She taught Tinu too. She showed her how to identify the herbs that grew wild in the forest, which ones could heal a wound and which could soothe a fever. Under Grandma's gentle guidance, Tinu learned the secrets of the earth, the language of plants and animals. It was a world away from the harshness of Aunt Ashabi's home, a sanctuary where Tinu's spirit could soar free. However, the peace Tinu found with the old woman couldn't last forever. Back at Aunt Ashabi's house, the storm clouds were gathering. Ashabi's heart had turned cold towards Tinu, her eyes clouded with suspicion and jealousy. It didn't help that Ashabi's husband, unknowingly, added fuel to the fire by simply being kind to Tinu. He treated Tinu with the gentleness of an uncle, but through Ashabi's eyes, twisted by her friends' whispers, even the most innocent kindness seemed like a conspiracy. Then came the day that broke the camel's back. Ashabi had gone out to spend the afternoon with her friends, leaving Tinu with a mountain of chores and a stern warning to have them all done before she returned. Tinu worked hard, sweeping, cooking, and washing, hoping to steal a few moments to visit Grandma. But before she could leave, Ashabi's husband came back home early. Seeing Tinu all by herself, he walked closer to her, sat with her, asking about her day and sharing stories to make her smile. Just then Ashabi returned, her friends in tow. What they saw was an innocent scene twisted into something sinister by their suspicions. Ashabi flew into a rage, her friends egging her on, accusing Tinu of trying to seduce her husband. Tinu and the uncle tried to explain, but Ashabi wouldn't hear of it. The accusation was like a wildfire, spreading chaos and destroying everything in its path. Without a chance to defend herself, Tinu was ordered to pack her things and leave. The village tried to intervene, but without proof and with Ashabi's mindset, their words fell on deaf ears. Tinu was heartbroken, cast out based on a lie. In her darkest hour, Uncle Dele, Ashabi's brother, and a wealthy businessman from a nearby town came to her rescue. Despite his sister's fierce protests, Dele saw through the accusations and decided to take Tinu to the town with him. Moving to the town was like stepping into another world for Tinu. It was bustling, loud, and filled with sights she'd never imagined. Uncle Dele welcomed Tinu into his home, a place as warm as it was grand. His wife and their 2 daughters embraced Tinu with open arms, treating her not as a distant relative, but as one of their own. For the first time since the fire, Tinu felt a sense of belonging. She was enrolled in school where her intelligence and kindness quickly won her friends and the admiration of her teachers. The town offered Tinu a fresh start, a chance to rebuild her life on new foundations. Uncle Dele's family became her new haven, a place where she was valued and loved. Amidst the bustling streets and the towering buildings, Tinu found a new home, a place where the shadows of her past began to fade, replaced by the light of hope and the promise of a brighter future. Right when Tinu thought she was safe and away from all her bad memories, trouble found her again. This time, it was Uncle Dele, the very person who had taken her in and promised to keep her safe, betrayed her in the most unimaginable way. It started on a day like any other, with Dele's wife and daughters out on a visit, leaving Tinu alone in the care of her uncle. Dele approached Tinu under the guise of checking on her, but his intentions were far from good. At first, he sat down beside her on the bed, but then he started touching her on her chest and eventually forcing her and slept with her. Those moments, the trust Tinu had placed in Uncle Dele, the respect she had for him as a guardian and a mentor, shattered. Frozen in shock and disbelief, Tinu couldn't comprehend how the man who had been her savior turned into the source of her deepest pain. Feeling scared and confused, Tinu didn't tell anyone what happened. She thought it would just make things worse and possibly break up the family that had been so nice to her. So she kept quiet, carrying her pain alone, which got heavier with each passing day.
Uncle Dil kept hurting her, making her feel trapped and helpless. Dil's actions continued. Any time when his wife and children were not around, he would walk to Tinu's room and sleep with her. He continued doing this over and over and over again without any remorse, yet threatening Tinu not to speak up, or else she'll be sent back to Ashabi in the village. The house that once felt like a safe haven became a prison. The smiles of Dele's wife and daughters, once a source of comfort, now felt like a mask over the grim reality of her existence. Tinu was caught in a storm of emotions, her heart aching for a way out, but her mind clouded with fear of the unknown. Then came the day when Tinu's spirit, though battered, could not take the abuse anymore. She realized that staying would mean losing herself completely, that the cost of silence was too great. With the courage born of desperation, Tinu made the decision to escape. Then one afternoon, when the house was empty, and the town's bustling streets offering the opportunity to slip away unnoticed, Tinu left with just the clothes she was wearing and the strong will to get away from all the darkness that had come back into her life. She had no plan, no destination, only a burning need to flee the shadows that had once again found her. The town, with its towering buildings and endless crowds, offered countless paths, but Tinu's steps were guided by a simple desire for safety, for a place where the night's embrace held no terrors. Walking away from Uncle Dil's house, Tinu felt a little lighter with every step. She didn't know what was going to happen next, but she was ready to find out and make a new start for herself. Her escape showed how brave and strong she really was, proving that even when things are really bad, you can still find a way to brighter days. Tinu's story wasn't over yet. It was just beginning a new chapter. She was now on a path to healing and finding happiness again, away from all the hurt and betrayal. Years went by quickly, and it seemed like everyone forgot about Tinu, a girl who used to be so happy with her family before she faced a lot of tough times. But luck and life have a way of changing, and her story was yet far from over. In those years, Tinu's absence became a silent echo in the lives of Ashabi and Dele, a reminder of actions and choices that led to unforeseen consequences. Ashabi, once vibrant and full of life, found herself caught in a spiral of misfortune. The jealousy that had clouded her judgment and led to Tinu's departure had also seeped into her marriage, corroding it slowly until nothing was left but bitterness and regret as she got divorced by her husband. Her friends, whose whispers had fanned the flames of her jealousy, drifted away, leaving her isolated in her misery. And then came the loss of her wealth, as if the gods themselves were displeased. The favor she had hoped to win by taking in Tinu seemed to curse her instead, her life a shadow of its former self. Dele's downfall was no less dramatic. The man who once stood tall, a pillar of success and a beacon of hope for Tinu, found his world crumbling. His business ventures, once thriving, began to falter one after the other, as if misfortune had marked him. The wealth he had accumulated dissipated like morning fog under the harsh sun of bad investments and unforeseen economic downturns. His good name was ruined too. People started talking behind his back about the bad things he did. This made others not want to be around him anymore, even the friends who used to like him a lot. After all these, Dale went back to the village, as there's no more hope of success for him in the town anymore. His wife left him because he could no longer cater for the family, and his friends sidelined him because he couldn't fit in anymore. In the village, where life can twist and turn in surprising ways, Ashabi and Dele, who both treated Tinu badly in the past, found themselves working together to the river one day. This place reminded them a lot about Tinu, who used to bring joy and then became a reason for sadness in their lives. By the river, they ran into the old woman who had been there for Tinu during her good and bad times. Feeling guilty and hoping to find some peace, Ashabi and Dele spilled out all their worries to her, worries that were all because of what they did to Tinu. The old woman listened quietly, her face not giving away what she thought of their tale. When she asked about Tinu, it hit Ashabi and Dele hard, making them think about the wrong they did and the guilt they've been carrying. They stood there in front of someone who knew the whole story, hoping for some answers or maybe a way to fix things right there by the river. Instead of words of comfort or condemnation, the old woman handed them a small sack, its contents unknown. "Take this," she said, her voice a whisper of leaves. "Give it to Tinu should you ever see her again." Bewildered but too proud to question, Ashabi and Dele took the sack, curiosity burning in their hearts. When Ashabi and Dele got home, they couldn't wait and opened the sack, hoping to find gold jewels or some kind of magic herb inside. But all they found were ashes, just grey and dull, nothing like what they hoped for. They got really mad, and Ashabi, really angry, called the old woman a liar, not wanting to see the deeper meaning in her gift. But the ashes meant something important. They were like a message about how Ashabi and Dele's bad choices had ruined their own lives, just like how the ashes had once been something more. They didn't understand this lesson, though. It was like looking in a mirror and not wanting to see the truth. Looking at the ashes, they finally started to see how bad things had gotten because of what they did. Their lives had turned into a mess because they had been mean and jealous, and now all they had left were the results of those choices. The ashes weren't a curse from the old woman. They were her way of trying to make them see the damage they had caused to themselves and to Tinu. This moment, seeing the ashes and realizing what they meant, made Ashabi and Dele think hard about everything they had done. It wasn't a moment where everything was fixed, but it was a time when they really started to understand the cost of their actions. Even though time had moved on, the mistakes they made still hung around them, a constant reminder of Tinu, the girl who used to bring light into their lives, now gone, maybe for good. As time went by and seasons changed, the village, which used to talk about Tinu with sadness, was about to see something really surprising. One busy market day, something unusual happened in the village. Among the usual crowd, there was a new face, a woman who stood out. She was dressed in fine clothes and looked richer than anyone else there, even more beautiful than the prettiest girl in the village. But she wasn't there to buy or sell anything. Instead, she walked around the village, giving away gifts and money to everyone. The villagers were thrilled, each person waiting eagerly for their turn to receive something from this generous woman. But when it came to Ashabi and Dele's turn, instead of getting gifts or money like everyone else, the woman handed them a note. She told them to read it once they were back home. After making sure every villager got something, she left. That evening, all the villagers couldn't stop talking about the kind and wealthy woman. Meanwhile, Ashabi and Dele were curious and a bit nervous about what the note might say. When they finally opened it, they were stunned. The note simply said, "It's me, Tinu," and at the bottom, "Step out." Confused and surprised, Ashabi and Dele stepped outside their home and found a large crowd waiting. Among the crowd, they first spotted the old woman, and then, to their disbelief, Tinu herself. Seeing her alive and well was a shock. In front of everyone, Ashabi and Dele began to confess all the wrong things they had done to Tinu, telling everyone how they had treated her poorly. This moment was a big surprise for everyone in the village. Tinu had come back, not to seek revenge, but to face her past and those who had wronged her. It was a moment of truth for Ashabi and Dile, and a turning point for the whole village. Ashabi admitted that her friends had influenced her badly against Tinu, making her act cruelly. Dele also came clean about how he had wronged Tinu. The villagers couldn't believe what they were hearing and were upset, wanting to make things right for Tinu. But Tinu asked for everyone's attention to share her side of the story. After Tinu ran away from Dele's house, she met a kind and wealthy man who listened to her story and decided to help her out. With time, Tinu and the man's son fell in love and got married. And it turned out he was actually Dele's boss before all this happened. Everyone was amazed by her story. Then Tinu revealed another surprise. The old woman was actually her mother. She explained that on the night of the fire, her mother didn't die. A stranger had saved her. People thought she was gone because they couldn't find her body, leading to the misunderstanding. The ashes that Ashabi and Dile received were symbolic, as they had indirectly caused the fire in their greed for Tinu's father's wealth. In this moment, Tinu and her mother had a heartfelt reunion, while Ashabi and Dile felt ashamed of their past actions. However, Tinu didn't seek revenge. She asked her husband to give Dile a job again, and even gave Ashabi some money to start over. Then, Tinu took her mother to the city, where they started a new, happy life together. And so Tinu's tale, woven with threads of pain, courage, and forgiveness, concluded not with an end but a beginning of a new chapter for her, her mother, and even for Ashabi and Dele, in the rich tapestry of life's unending story. I hope you love the story. If so, please like the video, share it with your friends and family, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification bell for more stories like this one.
When Victoria got to Michael's house, he started touching her abnormally. She pleaded with him to stop because she was still a virgin and was not comfortable with what he was doing. But he forced himself on her and raped her. Victoria cried out in pains, and there were blood stains on the bed sheets. Victoria was a very smart student in her senior secondary school year. She was used as an example to other students and always came out as the best student in her school every session. Her father had died at his workplace, leaving her behind with her mother, Elizabeth. But before her father died, Victoria had promised her parents that she was going to be a successful surgeon. And ever since her father died, her mother, Elizabeth, made a promise to herself to see to it that Victoria fulfilled her dreams, no matter the cost. But everything changed when a youth copper named Michael was employed as a new teacher in Victoria's school. He was a young man and very handsome. Michael made advances at Victoria and made her fall in love with him. Victoria and Michael continued in their secret love affair until Michael invited her to his house. Naive Victoria was so excited that she was going to visit him in his house for the first time. When Victoria got to Michael's house, he started touching her abnormally. She pleaded with him to stop because she was still a virgin and was not comfortable with what he was doing. But he forced himself on her and raped her. Victoria cried out in pains, and there were blood stains on the bed sheets. Copper Michael pleaded with Victoria not to tell anyone what had happened. Victoria knew her mother would be so disappointed in her because she had warned her severally not to visit any boy at his place alone. Michael promised Victoria that he was going to marry her even if she got pregnant, so Victoria continued visiting him secretly. A few weeks later, and Victoria realized that she was pregnant. She went to Michael's house to tell him about it.
I'm pregnant for you, Uncle Michael.
Michael looked at her and said,
You are pregnant for who? If this is a joke, better stop it. You better go and look for who got you pregnant. After opening your legs for everyone, you think you can pin it on me.
He walked out, leaving Victoria in shock. Victoria went back home in tears. She wanted to kill herself, but the pains her mother would go through couldn't let her do it. As the days went by, Victoria's mother discovered that she was pregnant. Victoria, who got you pregnant? Elizabeth asked her daughter in tears and disappointment. The thought of everything that was going on made her mother's blood pressure to go high. She suffered a cardiac arrest and fell on the floor and died instantly. Victoria called out and people came running in. They felt so sorry for Victoria as they carried her mother's corpse to the morgue. Victoria ran to Michael's house. But when she got to his house, she was told that Michael left the city 2 days ago. Victoria fell on the floor and cried her eyes out. She remembered how her mother had suffered to make sure she didn't stop schooling. She remembered the promise she had made to her parents, and she cried the more. Amaka, who was Victoria's best friend, was looking for her and found her sitting on the floor in front of Michael's house. She asked Victoria what she was doing in front of Michael's house, but Victoria couldn't answer. She just kept on crying. Amaka took Victoria back to her house and stayed with her as people came to pay their condolence visits. Amaka's parents heard what happened to Victoria, and so they decided to take her in. They had known Victoria to be a very intelligent and good girl. They promised they were going to pay her school fees. Few days after Victoria had moved in with Amaka, Amaka's mother discovered that Victoria was pregnant. She called her a prostitute and warned her to stay away from Amaka before she would corrupt her daughter for her. She threw Victoria out of their house with the little bag she had come with. Victoria sat on the floor, crying bitterly. She picked up her bags in tears and left their house. All night, Victoria kept crying, but she was determined to continue her studies. So the next day, Victoria went to school, but she could see fingers pointing at her and talking. She was so surprised at how the news had gotten to the school few hours after Amaka's mother found out. Victoria saw Amaka as she walked into the class. She ran to hug her friend, but Amaka turned her back on her. Amaka's mother had warned her to stay away from Victoria. Victoria was so heartbroken, she ran back to her seat in pains. Some of her classmates made fun of her, while some pitied her. She felt as if the ground should open and swallow her. She wanted to escape from the class, but she didn't know how to. The principal walked into the class and asked Victoria to carry her bag and follow him to his office. When they got to the principal's office, the principal asked Victoria who got her pregnant, and she said that it was Copper Michael. He blamed Victoria for not informing him when Michael was making advances towards her. The principal felt pity for Victoria and gave her some files of Michael with an expulsion letter. He said to her,
I am sorry, Victoria, but you have been expelled from this school and you cannot continue schooling in any reputable school in Amazu. Parents have it that you will be a bad influence on their children.
Victoria collected the letter from the principal and left his office in tears. Everyone in the village talked about her and pointed fingers at her wherever she went. Victoria was so hungry, but she really wanted to leave the village. It was better for her to die off than face so much shame in her village. She left the village in tears, carrying her little bag. After walking a long distance, she felt dizzy and fell down. After a while, she stood up again and continued walking. She stumbled on something and fell down again. This time, she fainted on the bush path. Victoria woke up inside a small hut on top of a wooden bed. She tried to remember how she got there, and then she remembered that she had stumbled on something and fell down. That was the last thing she remembered. She looked at her foot and discovered that it was swollen. She went to the window to see where she was. She saw an old-looking man standing outside answering a phone call. She came back inside and tried opening the door of the hut. The old man walked in and Victoria got scared. He convinced her that he was a good man who had found her on the ground where she had fainted. He asked her about her name and she told him. He gave Victoria some food to eat. She ate the food quickly because she was very hungry. When she was done eating, she saw the file that the principal had given her slipping out of her bag. She bent down to pick the file and she looked under the wooden bed and saw fresh human parts. Victoria got so scared. She started shivering, but she managed to stay calm. She looked out of the window and again she saw the old man walking towards her. She went back and laid on the bed, pretending to be asleep. The man came inside the room and saw her sleeping. Someone called him on the phone and he left the hut again. Victoria took the opportunity, stood up, and quickly took the file the principal had given her and ran out of the hut into the bush, leaving her bag behind. Few minutes after Victoria left the hut, some men started searching for her. They were calling and shouting her name. Victoria knew her life was in danger, so she kept on running even with her swollen foot. Luckily for her, the men searched and searched but they couldn't find her, so they left. Victoria kept running till she was tired. She heard the sounds of car horns and she knew she was close to the highway. She wanted to fulfill her dreams and she knew the only way was to go to the city. Victoria saw a lorry carrying goods. She went into the back of the lorry and hid. Her head was aching badly and her temperature was so high. The lorry left the village and arrived the city the next morning. As the lorry driver was unpacking, he saw someone lying behind his lorry and was shocked.
Who are you and how did you get into my lorry?
He asked. Victoria had no answer. She just stood looking at him and shivering. The lorry driver took Victoria inside his home. His wife asked him who Victoria was, but the lorry driver said he didn't know. Mrs. Orderly, the lorry driver's wife, saw that Victoria was sick, so she gave her food and some drugs. She suspected Victoria to be one of her husband's side chick because her husband was a womanizer. She didn't believe the story that Victoria had told her. Few days later, she found out that Victoria was pregnant. She called her a prostitute and chased her out of her house. Once again, Victoria was left hopeless again. She remembered that she had not opened the file of Mr. Michael which the principal had given her. She opened it and it read,
"You are the best and will always remain my best student. But my hands were tied in the decision to expel you from this school. I wish you the best of luck. This little token is from me personally. I hope it will go a very long way. Your principal, Mr. Daniel."
Victoria was so happy and thanked God for her nice principal. The money he had put inside the file was like a lifesaver for her. So she took the money and decided to leave for Lagos. She needed to go and find Michael with the address in the file. It took hours before Victoria got to Lagos. She started looking for Michael's house with the address on his file. After a long search, Victoria arrived at the gate of Michael's house. The gateman gave Victoria a chair to sit down and wait for Michael, who was not at home. Few minutes later, someone drove into the compound in a car. It was Michael and a woman who was carrying a child. Michael immediately recognized Victoria and got scared because of his wife. "Who is she?" his wife asked. "Oh, she's my cousin." Victoria came and greeted his wife. Victoria was so heartbroken and said, "So you're married, sir? But you promised you would marry me. You deceived and raped me. You got me pregnant. My mother is dead because of you. You ruined my life. But I promise you, I will pick back my pieces." Victoria ran out of Michael's house in tears. Michael's wife was shocked hearing what Victoria said. She went inside angrily and packed her bags. She left Michael's house without listening to Michael, who was begging her. Victoria kept walking and crying. She was so heartbroken. She didn't know where she was going to. When she got tired, she sat somewhere to rest because her foot was still paining her. She sat down and cried.
"Why are you sitting here and crying, my daughter?"
The voice of an old woman interrupted her. Victoria looked up and saw the woman who had called her. The voice sounded like that of her mother. The old woman asked her to go back home, but Victoria said she had nowhere to go. The old woman asked Victoria to follow her back to her house. Victoria followed the woman. She told the old woman her story. The old woman advised her not to give up on her dreams. She kept staying with the woman who she knew nothing about. She called the old woman her grandma. Victoria took the remaining money from the money that her principal had given her and started hawking things around. Few months later, and her stomach was already protruded. Victoria had already bought some oranges she would sell for the day, but she noticed the old woman was sick and wanted to stay back home. But she encouraged her to go and sell her oranges quickly and come back. Victoria left the house to sell her goods. A man called her and told her his boss would like to buy some oranges. He pointed at a car in a lonely area. Victoria didn't want to go there because she was scared, but she needed to finish her sales quickly to go home and visit her grandma who was sick and alone at home. When she got to the car, they forcefully pushed Victoria inside the car and covered her face with a piece of cloth which made her pass out. When Victoria woke up, it was inside a room with red and white clothes on the wall. She was not the only one in the room. There was another young girl like her. Some men walked into the room a few minutes later. The man who was in charge of the boys, called Chief, gave orders to the boys for the other girl to be killed. And right in front of Victoria, they killed the other girl who was with her. Victoria cried and cried. The next day, it was her turn to be killed, and they invited their grandmaster. When their grandmaster saw Victoria, he said to them,
"This girl is an orphan and she is protected. Remove her from this house immediately if you don't want trouble.
The chief was confused, but he asked his boys to tie Victoria's eyes and keep her far away from his house inside the bush. The boys did as the chief said, but on arrival into the bush, they decided to rape Victoria, not minding that she was heavily pregnant. They started arguing about who was going to be the first to rape Victoria, and they started fighting each other. Victoria used that opportunity to sneak out and escape. When she reached the main road, she ran in front of a car begging for help, saying that people were after her life. It was a woman who was driving the car. She saw Victoria, a pregnant teenager. She took pity on her and let her into her car. Immediately Victoria entered into the car, she fainted out of exhaustion. The woman was scared and quickly carried Victoria to the hospital. When Victoria got better, she said she wanted to go home and see her grandma. The woman who had saved Victoria decided to take her back to her house as she asked. When they got there, Victoria searched everywhere but didn't see her grandma anywhere. She asked the neighbors and they told her she had been living alone and there was no old woman who lived with her. That was when Victoria realized that she had been living with a ghost. Mrs. Ndubisi, the woman who had saved Victoria, decided to take Victoria back to her own house. When they got to the house, Victoria told Mrs. Ndubisi her story. The woman decided she was going to train Victoria until she fulfilled the dreams she had promised to her parents. Mrs. Ndubisi had two daughters, Ada and Chinenye. They hated Victoria for no reason because they thought she would have a share in their father's wealth. They always maltreated Victoria whenever their mother was not around. Ada and Chinenye decided they were going to give an abortion pill to Victoria so that she can lose the baby she was carrying. They left the house and came back with a canned juice which had been injected with a substance that was going to cause Victoria an abortion. They handed the juice to Victoria and she collected it with joy. She quickly went inside to get a cup. She poured the juice into the cup and drank it all because of how sweet the juice was. But few minutes later, Victoria's stomach started paining her and she cried out in sharp pains. Chinenye called her mother on the phone, and by the time Mrs. Ndubisi got to the house, Victoria was already bleeding. Mrs. Ndubisi carried Victoria immediately and took her to the hospital. But by the time they arrived, the doctor came out and told Mrs. Ndubisi that both Victoria and her unborn child were dead. Mrs. Ndubisi was so heartbroken and cried bitterly. So did Chinenye and Ada when they heard Victoria was dead. Mrs. Ndubisi didn't want to believe that Victoria would die in her hands. She rushed to where Victoria was lying down lifeless and started crying and begging for her to stand up. She kept on shaking Victoria vigorously till Victoria sneezed and the doctor was called. When the doctor came in, he confirmed that Victoria was back to life. The doctor explained to Mrs. Ndubisi that it was a miracle that Victoria and her unborn child were alive. He told Mrs. Ndubisi that an abortion pill was given to Victoria through the juice she drank. Mrs. Ndubisi asked Victoria who gave her the juice and she said it was Ada and Chinenye. Mrs. Ndubisi was shocked at her children's action. She left the hospital and called the police to arrest her two daughters. When Victoria heard about it, she begged her not to send her children to jail because of her. Ada and Chinenye were truly remorseful and they apologized to Victoria. When the date for Victoria to give birth was closing in, Mrs. Ndubisi decided to send Victoria abroad to go stay with her sister who was happy to receive Victoria after hearing her story. Few weeks later, Victoria gave birth to a baby boy overseas. Mrs. Ntubisi's sister loved Victoria because of the way she behaved. So she decided to send her to school over there abroad. It took many years, but Victoria finally graduated as a surgeon over there in the Western country. She had always been a very smart student because of her excellent results. She was wanted in so many hospitals. The hospital that employed her gave her a house and a car over there. Victoria sat outside the hospital, looked up to the sky and said,
Mama, Papa, I have fulfilled my dreams, which I promised you both.
The moral lesson of the story makes us to understand that as a young girl, be focused on your studies and don't let yourself be deceived. And no matter what you face in life, be determined to fulfill your dreams, because the downfall of a man is not the end of his life.